everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
This life of yours was ruined by games. Chapter 1-31, Deep Sea Game Settings, currently publicly available information. This life of yours was ruined by games. Starting point Inspiration King, 123,994 characters September 17, 2025 Chapter 1. Game World Settings Main Player Trading / Social Hub, Penguin Island. Player Trading Currency, Q Coins, 21, Penguin Island cycles through for seasonal themed appearances, though the timing of changes is not fixed. Current theme, Forest Penguin Island Deep Sea players are called Deep Sea Gold Diggers. Those who have previously obtained a unique item may join either the Vinegar Academy or the Dumpling Academy. Vinegar Academy has 4 departments. iBody Fantasy Enhancement. Enhancement items are external and cannot provide build bonuses to the host. Each dungeon instance exists independently from the main world. Powers purchased within a dungeon do not exist in the main world. Only unique items can affect the main world. Deep Sea Game Loop. Search, fight, evacuate. Search equals understand the world lore. Locate the unique item. Fight equals defeat the boss who possesses or guards the unique item. Evacuate equals escape from a designated location within 1 month. In the Deep Sea game, the months, days, and hours of dungeon worlds match the main world exactly. Every vortex operates this way, with no time scaling. Players must time their actions carefully and enter at the right moment. After obtaining a unique item, the player extracts tags from it to form a base. Multiple departments can be built simultaneously, but conflicting powers will cause death or imbalance, so most players choose to strengthen one department rather than multi-building the real-world experiences. Deep Sea Collisions. The Great Vortex is itself a product of Deep Sea Collision. The Great Vortex projects the main world's higher dimensions into dungeon worlds, while Deep Sea Collisions are invasions/fusions from worlds parallel to or above the main world.
Known Deep Sea Collisions so far, 139th. The Night Parade of 100 Demons led by Slimy Elder, Niracabe, 140th. Fusion Invasion orchestrated by what corporation? Deep Sea Collisions take various forms: meme contamination plus landmark invasion, or meme contamination plus world lore fusion. But regardless of form, the ultimate goal is always to seize unique items from the main world. During the preparation phase of the Deep Sea game, players can only purchase repeatable, non-unique powers, which means there is a hard cap on combat strength. Players enter the game through the Deep Sea Fish Tank, whose primary component is Deep Sea Fluid, derived from unique items such as Abyss and Takamagara.
The main world's power system depends primarily on the rarity of a player's unique item, the strength of its tags, and how well the tags synergize. A build starts from the base. The base is the foundation of the building. If its load capacity is too low, the power ceiling will be too limited. The middle structure layers can vary in size, as long as they are solid. If a base tag has both side effects and positive effects, both will scale upward together as the build grows stronger. World resistance, similar to a cytokine storm in the human body. It is the dungeon world's last-ditch counterattack against gold diggers trying to steal its unique item. Gold diggers who obtain a unique item and are admitted to an academy become regional tribunes of the people, with the duty and responsibility to intercept and eliminate invading forces. After a Deep Sea Collision occurs, the currently known strongest tribune is Yangming, whose fantasy build has reached Tier 5. Protagonist's current build, Chapter 2. Protagonist's current build: 360 degrees penetrating vision, ability to see through all things. Future demon, future sight. Unconditional mind reading, Eye of Death perception, can perceive ghosts, curses, and calamity. Reincarnation, eye controls gravity and repulsion. Multiple pupil techniques, heavenly restriction, Toji Fushiguro. Sacrifice, trade cursed energy for physical talent, or trade the body for cursed output / range. First structure causes blood war, demon body, extreme regeneration, extended lifespan, tenfold constitution boost, undead nature sustained by battle, intense. Second structure devouring compound. Special expression of constitution, higher evolutionary tier. Third structure Boros core, cosmic overlord's biological core, represents extreme adaptability, self-healing, and growth. Fourth structure Berserker's blood. Blood left by Berserker after complete defeat. When the user rages and loses control of their body, the flesh receives a Berserk amplification. Tiger talisman curse, Yin-Yang harmonization. First structure Takamagara, the gathering place of all gods. 8 million deities reside here, so all techniques are present and can be mastered upon observation. Second structure Road to Godhood Word Spirit, Kodadama. A special power belonging to dragon types, capable of producing miraculous effects. Third structure Factory Fruit. The user's body becomes a factory, anything consumed is converted into energy and transformed into powerful output. Fourth structure Dragon God Orb embodies the authority, spirit, of the dragon's world. Standard items, Pachita, 1 Annihilation 2 Exorcism Kitchen Knife Flyhead Soul Release Blade 10,000 Mile Lock Snow King Chip Hyperdimensional Teleportation Gun Iron Crown Reserve Tier 5, Abyssal 1 Divine Blade, Planned Trade, Human God Orb Planned Trade. Special/Divine Unique Items, Description Philosopher's Stone enhances all spells and skill effects, Crystallization of Generations of Demon Kings 22 million Eternal Radiance of All Deeds, Amaterasu. Divine Unique and I-Type Divine Ability that influences past and future, judges objects by effect, not cause, composed of myriad deeds, an eternal world. Bright Child Spirit King Divine Unique God of Idealist Power Governing Advancement and Stagnation. Black Royal Scepter. Divine Unique The Dragon that gnawed down the world tree, King of Destruction and Death and Gramenu rejected and reviled, unable to return to the root, an image of world hatred, pollution of all-consuming loathing. Divine Unique The Power Origin of the Ninja World, the divine tree rooted in the world. 9 Tomo Rinnegan Divine Unique originates from the ancestor of the ninja world, Kagaya Otsutsuki, eyes strengthened and awakened after consuming the chakra fruit, possesses powerful force radiation. Fool's handcrafted invitation, sealed. When you are ready, open this invitation. Fate arrives as scheduled. Together we shall create a radiant age. Black Royal Scepter, Future's form, awaiting the end of looming phase life, then to be transferred to Chunlai Gramenu, from the Holy Grail World. Fool's handcrafted invitation, currently sealed, closed. This life of yours was ruined by games. By starting point Inspiration King. I once witnessed Gojo Satoru being sealed in Shibuya. I drank with Zhou Mingrue above the gray fog. I witnessed Pavel Korchagin's resolve, called him comrade, and saw the brutality of the Prussians. In the Infinity Castle, I arranged Musen's end. Under the simultaneous eclipse, I decided the order of the timeline. When the deep sea's illusions finally lifted, I understood the true meaning of life. We're all penguins. Want to top up some Q coins? Chapter 1, A small loan isn't really a loan. Chen, your credit limit is overdue. For details please check Sun. Stop playing this game. Every session costs tens of thousands. No fortune is big enough for you to squander like this. Keep it up and the whole family will be eating bran and swallowing bitterness. Mom, trust me. Deep Sea Company just released a new dungeon, the Shibuya Incident. Someone sold me inside information. I'm going all in this run. I'll make a killing and win back everything I lost. Ha! My head is killing me. Countless fragments poured into Chen Lai's mind like a flood, splitting his skull with agony. What's happening? Wasn't I driving? An oncoming Dayun truck hit me with its high beams. He opened his eyes, momentarily dazed. A moment later he smiled. This wasn't his home. His rental in the Magic City had no fancy renovation. He must have been transported to another world, just like every other transmigrator. 1 ladle of sauce. The fragments in his head were all real, the original body's memories. This world was roughly the same as Earth in his previous life, with one key difference: a special gaming company called Deep Sea Company. This corporation was a global colossus, a grand trust that had nearly monopolized the entire gaming industry, and for good reason. Every game it produced let players experience things in person. Every world felt completely real. Every day you spent in the game ran at a 1-to-1 ratio with real time. No plot ever repeated itself. Character logic was extraordinarily meticulous. Most importantly, as a company specializing in search, fight, evacuate gameplay, every precious item you brought back out of the game could be exchanged for real money. Virtual products for real gold and silver. Did games in his previous life ever offer a deal like that? Naturally, such games attracted hordes of players. Office workers and students dove into Deep Sea games every holiday to pan for gold. Those with gaming talent became professional gold diggers. Gold diggers, just like the 49ers in 19th century San Francisco, had the chance to strike a unique item and become rich overnight. The original owner, also named Chen Lai, was a graduate determined to become a professional deep-sea gold digger. After university, he'd been obsessed with gold digging, and unfortunately, he had no talent for it whatsoever. "Chen, your quick loan is overdue. If repayment is not made, our company will take legal measures to recover the debt." His phone was buzzing. Chen Lai ignored it. These were all microloans the original owner had taken out, altogether probably around 100,000 yuan, every last cent poured into deep-sea games. Yes, all of it spent on the game. Deep-sea companies' games had entry costs, and different dungeons had different prices. Ordinary dungeons could be entered for a few thousand yuan, but classified dungeons required 50,000 just to get in. God damn it. Not a single coin earned, and he still wanted to be a gold digger. This original body really was ruined by games. Feeling rather sour, Chen Lai pulled out his phone and unlocked it. The moment he did, a forced advertisement popped up, a vast blue ocean. An iceberg showed only its tip above water, while beneath the surface everything was dark and deep, inviting endless imagination. "Deep-sea company, we only make reality interesting." Ad copy. Chen Lai smiled. A gaming company in his previous life would never have dared say something like that. He was about to close the ad when his finger hesitated. The original owner had racked up so much debt that even his mother's entire savings weren't enough to cover it. Part of the repayment money had been diverted to buy insider information, and the rest had been quietly used to kit out for the next dungeon run. Insider information. New dungeon. No matter how he looked at it, it screamed scam. Chen Lai didn't believe in insider tips. If someone really had information like that, they'd use it to make money themselves. Why sell it to the original owner? But the original owner was already too deep in to pull out. Deep-sea company, might as well look. He already bought the equipment. The original had no talent, but maybe I do. With that thought, Chen Lai tapped the iceberg on the screen. The page loaded instantly. The aggregate of humanity's negativity. Beloved friends. True feelings. The eyes of a god, sealed away. 2 red lines of text leapt from the screen, grabbing the eye with electric force. A subway train eased in from the distance. The waiting passengers rose and queued behind the barriers, bundled in down coats and scarves, clearly winter. Then time froze. Young men and women mid-laugh, office workers mid-yawn, every raised foot locked in place. A pair of eyes appeared on the screen. Beautiful. Vivid blue. Like sapphires. They looked out at him with perfect indifference. "Unlimited void," said the eye's owner. White fingers laced together. Colored static like a broken old television filled the air, from light years away down to the splitting of cells, infinite information rendered everything motionless. The screen went black. New classified dungeon, the Shibuya incident, now open entry cost, 50,000 yuan. Hu Chen Lai felt like he could breathe again. Those eyes, could they really blank his mind even through a screen? "Gojo Satoru, you absolute menace." He'd recognized the owner of those blue eyes, Gojo Satoru, the true protagonist of the manga Jujutsu Kaisen from his previous life. And this so-called Shibuya incident dungeon was nothing more than a climactic arc from that manga. So this world doesn't have Jujutsu Kaisen as a manga. Nobody knows the plot. Chen Lai was stunned. Classic 3-bit iSky setup. He switched to 1000 degrees search and looked up Jujutsu Kaisen. 0 results. Sure enough, the manga didn't exist here. Probably because in this world, it had become real. In that case, Chen Lai was no longer sleepy. I'm the only one who knows the plot. I'd be insane not to exploit that and make an absolute killing. He checked his bank account to see how much he could work with. The original owner's mother had given him 120,000 yuan to pay off debts. 50,000 had gone toward the most urgent loans. 20,000 had been spent on so-called insider information. The final 50,000 had been spent on dungeon entry equipment. Chen Lai frowned. 50,000? 50,000 is nothing. If you're going to gamble, gamble big. You're already bankrupt, why bet small? How are you going to make a comeback? He downloaded a colorful pile of microloan apps and, without hesitation, borrowed another massive sum. Debt to fund more debt. Let the new loans carry the old ones. We're already transmigrated. What's there to be cautious about? Go all in. After a flurry of operations, Chen Lai brought his bank balance up to 100,000 yuan. That was the absolute limit, the maximum he could borrow on his diploma loan. Into the game. Time to show what I'm really made of. Chapter 2, Deep-Sea Games 2109 Characters July 23, 2025 From memory, the entrance to Deep-Sea Games was a swimming pool. A strange login method, players had to strip naked and jump into the deep-sea fish tank. When the water rose over their heads, they would enter the deep-sea game world. He pushed open the door. The apartment was empty, the original body's mother had already left for work. The cramped little flat was crammed with odds and ends, including junk his mother had picked up off the street to sell for scrap. In the dead center of the living room, no coffee table, just a roughly 5 square meter blue rectangular pool. That was the login point. Without overthinking it, Chen Lai stripped and leapt in. His body hit the water, but the vivid blue liquid didn't overflow. Instead it filled back over the hole he'd made, as if time had reversed. Not that Chen Lai could see any of that. All he felt right now was cold. The icy water climbed past his eyelids. The extreme cold felt like it would freeze his very soul. When the surface rose over his head, everything of the mortal world receded. Welcome to Deep-Sea Games, a vast, resounding voice rang out before him. The iceberg and sea surface grew clearer and sharper. This game is insanely realistic. Chen Lai felt disoriented. Even VR games in his previous life had never given him this kind of immersive presence. A floe drifted to his feet, its ice crystals refracting translucent light in the sun. It had come to receive him. The ray tracing is phenomenal. Chen Lai stepped onto the floe. It immediately began moving, carrying him around the back of the iceberg. Behind the iceberg was the true global player community, which was, well, a penguin island. Pristine snow blanketed the earth. Countless penguins waddled this way and that, performing all manner of anthropomorphic activities, bickering, laughing, drinking, smoking. One penguin was eating a takeaway box lunch. "Hey man, wanna head to the docks for some fries?" A penguin noticed Chen Lai and came over, slapping him on the back with a wing. Chen Lai's expression was indescribable. The developers who designed this game, did they eat something funny? What other explanation was there for turning all the players into penguins? "Hey, buddy. Can you hear me?" The penguin, dissatisfied with Chen Lai's reaction, slapped him harder. Yes, I can hear you. Who are you?" Chen Lai twisted his penguin's rotund body around to face the one behind him. The penguin greeting him was an emperor penguin with a golden yellow neck. Seeing Chen Lai's bewildered expression, it laughed. "Oh my friend, haven't logged in for a while, have you?" Every quarter the player avatars change theme. Spring was cyberpunk, the neon lights would have blinded you. Now it's winter, so naturally it's a winter theme. Anyway, never mind all that. Have you seen the new dungeon? Want to come in with me and grab some fries? As he spoke, McDonald's fries materialized in the Emperor Penguin's hands. It elegantly plucked one out and swallowed it. Chen Lai was speechless. If it weren't for the original body's memories, he'd have thought the penguin meant literal fries. Grabbing fries in gold digger slang, it meant an experienced player preying on newcomers. Every summer and winter holiday, swarms of fries flooded the deep-sea games, and you could kill other players inside dungeons to steal their equipment and sell it for real money. "I'll pass. I just want to go in, look around for something and get out. As long as I come back in one piece, I'll call it a win. Chen Lai declined. Right now he only cared about cashing in on his knowledge of the original plot. He had no interest in nickel-and-diming other players. The Emperor Penguin looked a little deflated, but quickly found a new target and waved goodbye. Buddy, may your run drop gold and red, and may you get rich overnight. From your beak to the universe's ears. Chen Lai tapped his own bill. Gold and red, the color codes for items worth millions and tens of millions of yuan. Pulling one in a single run effectively meant financial freedom. Playing a real-life Delta Force game in another world. Time to run the knife. Bidding farewell to the Emperor Penguin, Chen Lai couldn't hold back a muttered comment. A seagull flew in from the distance, clutching a letter in its beak, and dropped it squarely on Chen Lai's head. Press B1 for Nanami-chan. Shibuya Incident Inside Info. Cursed spirits are way stronger than sorcerers. Pick a cursed spirit ability when you kit up and you'll print money. The big event should kick off around December. Bonus tip, whatever you do, don't buy that 150,000 yuan main weapon, heavenly restriction. The last guy who did came out so deep in the red he doesn't recognize himself. So this was the inside information the original body had paid 20,000 yuan for. Truly inside. Chen Lai was speechless. Jujutsu Kaisen was a shonen action manga. The protagonist was Yuji Itadori. Well, no, actually the real protagonists were Gojo Satoru and the King of Curses, Ryomen Sukuna. In the world of JJK, there existed a mysterious force called cursed energy. Human fear of certain things gave birth to cursed spirits, entirely inhuman entities that posed constant threats to human society. To combat them, jujitsu sorcerers emerged, trained at Jujutsu High, the school Itadori attended. Gojo Satoru was Itadori's teacher. Possessor of the 6 eyes. Widely called the strongest sorcerer in history. The manga's later arcs had gone off the rails, but early Gojo carried genuine menace, so much so that the author had to kill him off just to let the plot continue. As for the inside intel from Press B1 for Nanami-chan, it wasn't exactly wrong, just a complete disaster from start to finish. Every single point was off. First, if Chen Lai kit up as a cursed spirit, he'd be on the opposite side from humans. He'd get exterminated by sorcerers immediately. Second, the Shibuya incident happened in late October, lasted only one night, and at a 1-to-1 time ratio, if he entered in December the whole event would already be over. Third, heavenly restriction. Yes, it was a curse in the original manga. Yes, it stripped the bearer of cursed energy, reducing them to an ordinary person. But it also massively amplified physical ability. In the manga, the heaven-blessed tyrant, Toji Fushiguro, could go toe-to-toe with special-grade spirits with this trash power. And someone was calling that worthless. Chen Lai tore the seagull's letter to shreds. It dissolved the moment it hit the snow. If you can't play, don't play. Just watch how it's done. He patted his belly and pulled up the Deep Sea Game interface. ID, Great Heavenly Dragon. Total assets, 150,000 yuan. A world time, XX year, October 30th, 1730. Deep Sea rankings. Deep Sea peripherals. The game info was sparse. The only thing worth noting was world time. Each dungeon's time would only sync with reality at the month, day, and hour level. The year varied. This helped players understand when major events occurred. To date, Deep Sea Company had opened hundreds of dungeons, but not many had produced major events. Every day some streamer was crying, "The big one's coming." But the big ones rarely came. This time, the big one really was coming. The Shibuya Incident classified dungeon was about to become the first dungeon to produce a major event before it had even been open a full month. Chapter 3, The Shibuya Incident. 2,165 characters. July 23, 2025. The Shibuya Incident was a cursed spirit uprising in Shibuya Ward, Tokyo. The curses had used the special grade curse tool Prison Realm to seal the strongest sorcerer, Gojo Satoru, buying themselves a window of free operation. The sorcerers rushed to the scene, and fought to save countless lives trapped in the subway. The battle reduced much of Shibuya to rubble, and had far-reaching consequences for the arcs that followed. Tomorrow is the day the Shibuya incident begins. Chun-Li felt a surge of excitement. The sheer number of cursed tools and spirits that appeared in this battle meant far greater odds of rare items dropping. Professional gold diggers monitored live streams from every game world every single day, waiting for major events. Major events meant massive chaos, and chaos was the prerequisite for massive loot. Unfortunately, gold diggers' knowledge of each world's plot was never very detailed. Players spent money every time they entered, but the maximum stay in any dungeon was 1 month, overstay, and you'd fail to evacuate, forfeiting all the assets you'd brought in. So no one lived permanently inside a dungeon. Everyone waited for major events and entered when one appeared. Chun-Li was different. He knew exactly when the major event would occur. If he wanted, he could even trigger it early. The penguin waddled to the shore. Beyond the vast snowscape, over 100 deep-sea vortexes loomed, dark, deep, as if they would swallow a person whole. These were the dungeon entrances. Players called them the Great Vortex. All along the shoreline, penguins were shouting, 1,000 yuan escort services, a spin-off service where experienced players chaperone newcomers through a dungeon, earning a fee for safely bringing them out. After all, the kind of players who preyed on newcomers were very much real, and even a child's equipment was fair game. Waddling along, Chun-Li reached the great vortex corresponding to the Shibuya incident, and dove in headfirst. Ding ding ding. The equipment music began. Classified, Shibuya incident, entry cost, 50,000 yuan, pre-battle preparation period. This game lasts 1 month. Evacuate from the designated location before time expires. Timer begins upon dungeon entry. Your game items, Black Flash, C rank, a technique that can land special critical hits. Value, 45,000 yuan. Cursed Energy, D rank, essential force for sorcerers. Without it, cursed spirits are invisible. Value, 5,000 yuan. A bank balance, 100,000 yuan. Of these were the items the original body had bought. Entering the Shibuya incident with these was basically walking in to be someone else's loot. Fortunately, he'd taken out those extra loans. This time he had options. Sell Black Flash and Cursed Energy. Search for Heavenly Restriction. Chun-Li made his moves in quick succession. His plan was already fully formed. Black Flash and Cursed Energy were sold back at face value. Thankfully Deep Sea Company didn't lowball on buybacks, or Chun-Li would have been furious. Total assets now sat at 150,000 yuan. Chun-Li turned his attention to Heavenly Restriction. Heavenly Restriction, B rank, a curse that strengthens the physical body. The one cursed loses cursed energy. Value, 150,000 yuan. This is the one. Chun-Li hit purchase. He knew this alone wouldn't be enough for a battle crawling with special grades like the Shibuya incident. He'd be cannon fodder. But that was fine. He had a plan. Current main weapon, Heavenly Restriction, B rank. Entry conditions met. No recovery items purchased. Confirm entry. One last question, is the drop point random, or can I choose? Chun-Li cracked his knuckles. Randomly deployed in an uninhabited zone near the event location. Evacuation point refreshes every 10 days. Deploy me. Ding 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 ding. The prep music swelled again. Bubbles from the great vortex surged forward, wrapping Chun-Li completely. Classified, Shibuya incident entry time, October 30th, 1800 hours. Drop point, Shibuya tram line no. 3. Good luck and may your run drop gold. Tokyo, Shibuya Ward. The afternoon snow bent the last light of the setting sun. A billboard advertising Okonomiyaki sat beside a pop idol poster in posed splendor, forming an oddly harmonious composition. A tram rattled through Shibuya. Inside, a salaryman uncle had cracked open his bento box, a small cup of sake neatly arranged beside it. Something hit the seat behind him. He didn't turn around, mealtime shouldn't be disturbed by whoever was in the back. He spread his disposable chopsticks, pressed both palms together, and murmured the quiet pre-meal words, "Itadakimasu." Then he watched, with his own eyes, as a veined, sinewy arm reached over from behind and snatched his bento away. Oh, a bluefin tuna bento. With sake on the side. Someone knows how to live. A young male voice drifted from the rear seat. Chun-Li stood up, plucked the chopsticks from the man's hands, and downed the sake in one clean swallow. The salaryman seethed but didn't dare speak. The muscles under this young man's shirt were thick and unmistakable, clearly not someone to provoke. As an out-of-shape office drone, he swallowed his fury. Chun-Li glanced at the bento, no assigned value. Perfectly normal, in a world with cursed energy, anything truly valuable would be tied to the supernatural. But food was food. In a game world you still got hungry, and a player who starved to death failed to evacuate, same punishment as getting lost. Chun-Li demolished the salaryman's bluefin tuna bento at lightning speed. The whole time, its owner sat there watching helplessly, completely unable to demand it back. Finished, Chun-Li set the empty box back on the table and slapped the man's shoulder with his greasy hand. Thanks for the meal. Didn't realize you islanders were so hospitable. In the spirit of this fine lunch, here's a piece of advice. Starting today until the end of next month, leave Shibuya. Go anywhere. Just don't stay in Shibuya. Consider it payment for the food. With that, Chun-Li kicked out a window panel and slipped out of the moving carriage like a fish slipping through water, right under the salaryman's astounded gaze. Outside, Shibuya's bustling commercial district. Schoolgirls in uniform linked arms, window shopping. Even in winter, their black knit tights and scarves preserved the fresh energy of youth. And Chun-Li landed, in full view of those girls' shocked faces, from a moving train, steady as a stone. Is this some kind of superhuman? Is the US military testing another Captain America in Japan again? Chun-Li brushed off his jacket, feeling tremendous. 150,000 yuan of heavenly restriction really did deliver a different kind of body. Hey you there. He pointed at the prettiest girl in the group and beckoned. Toyokawa Yosuke blinked, tapping herself on the chest, then looked to her friend, only to find her friend had already bolted. Yes, you. Stop looking. Your friend just ran. I'm not dangerous. Just not very familiar with the local area. Help me find a location and I'll pay you. Chun-Li spoke quickly and clearly. He had one thing to confirm, which building in Shibuya hosted the summoning of Toji Fushiguro during the Shibuya incident. To get loot in a dungeon this lethal, he needed power. And the most readily available power was to have Toji Fushiguro fight for him. Chapter 4, 0 Yen Shopping 2103 Characters July 23, 2025 Yosuke found herself swept along by Chun-Li in a state of total bewilderment. She'd seen it on her feed recently, apparently the rate of muggings in Shibuya had jumped dramatically this month. She hadn't thought much of it. Shibuya was famously commercial, and with the economy being what it was, robbers picking this area made sense. But now she was completely confused. The man beside her clearly wasn't ordinary. Muscles thick under his clothes, features sharp and clean, someone like this could walk into any gym, and work as a trainer and earn more than robbery. Excuse me, officer, beautiful officer. I'm from overseas. Could I take a look at your sidearm? At the Shibuya police station, a tall man leaned over a desk and directed his question at Officer Kyoko. If this man wanted a date, Kyoko might have said yes. But he was asking about her gun, that was a problem. Try another station. All our guns have already been borrowed. I swear, why does someone like you come asking every single day? The solo duty officer huffed. Was the police station a department store? People walked in to do 0 yen shopping every day. Hearing this, the tall man wasn't the least bit surprised. He glanced at the Shibuya incident concurrent player count and nodded. Shibuya incident active players, 233, sure enough. His fellow players wasted no time. That said, grabbing guns like this would definitely draw Jujutsu High's attention. Sorcerers with cursed energy but no proper IDs, it was only a matter of time before they got picked up by the authorities in Shibuya. Thanks for the heads up. Can I use that computer over there? Chun-Li pointed to a PC displaying live security footage. I said no, but will that stop you? I'm off in 5 minutes. Help yourself. Kyoko slumped onto her desk, mood unchanged. Appreciate it. Chun-Li strode straight to the terminal. Toyokawa Yosuke kept her head down and followed. Hey, little miss, stop following him. Don't get mixed up in this. Kyoko tensed, watching Yosuke trail after Chun-Li. There had been a rash of muggings and killings lately, and every incident traced back to mysterious people just like this man, no morals, above the law, operating entirely by fist and firepower. Who knew how much chaos they'd already caused across Greater Tokyo? A soft girl like Yosuke would be devoured without a trace. Unable to hold back, Kyoko drew her sidearm and leveled it at Chun-Li. Safety off. Her voice went cool. I don't know what you types are plotting in Shibuya, but in front of a police officer you will not. Before she could finish, a massive figure stepped between her and the light. Oh look, you do have a gun. It's a small caliber though. No wonder nobody bothered to take it. Just a toy. Chun-Li had appeared in front of her, inspected her weapon without a second look, then turned back to the computer with zero interest. Kyoko felt her dignity had been thoroughly trampled. She was a police officer. Tested and selected through layer after layer of examinations. That service weapon had been with her since graduation day. Called a toy. Unforgivable. Kyoko-san, please don't be angry. I'm his tour guide. He said he wasn't familiar with Shibuya, so he hired me for the day. Yosuke quietly explained, reading the name tag on Kyoko's chest. Do you believe that? One sentence and Yosuke had nothing left to say. Chun-san is very handsome. He must be a good person, right? Yosuke was young and had a special filter for good-looking people. That comment fully set Kyoko off. She holstered her pistol, hands on hips, ready to educate Yosuke. Just then a cursed spirit, entirely blue, sporting a single enormous eye, strolled straight in through the station's front door without a care in the world. Damn it, my month's almost up. What kind of garbage Shibuya incident is this? Haven't run into a single one of my own kind yet. Whatever, I'll just mess with some NPCs for fun. Can't walk away empty-handed after wasting a whole month. The blue one-eyed spirit scanned the room and immediately zeroed in on Kyoko's impressive silhouette and Yosuke's youthful glow. A rough, barbed tongue licked the great eye. Human desire gleamed through it. A player? Chun-Li, still seated at the security terminal scanning buildings along Shibuya's main streets, caught the unusual marker instantly. ID, Happy Superman loot value. Bright ID floating overhead, but no body visible beneath it. Chun-Li understood immediately, no cursed energy meant he couldn't see the target. And Happy Superman was almost certainly a cursed spirit build. As for loot value equivalent to total equipment worth, only the player themselves could see their own number until their pack was opened. Kill looting in an anime battle royale. It really is Delta Force. Chun-Li smiled, picked up a nearby stool, swept his hair back with one hand, and moved briskly toward the player Happy Superman. Happy Superman's cursed spirit instincts caught the movement. He appraised Chun-Li's clothes, no obvious sorcerer gear. Nowhere near the cursed energy reserves of the big-name players. His face split into a jackpot grin. Another idiot who jumped into a classified dungeon without reading the guide. Let me, your senior, teach you a lesson. Blue cursed energy gathered before his single eye as his small arms pressed together. The eye filled with malice and hunger for Chun-Li's equipment. Curse art, 10,000 worm swarm. A famous gold digger and streamer known as Doge of Venice gave this assessment, after his first run of the Shibuya incident. In his estimate, a player running a Cursed Spirit build versus a Sorcerer build with identical gear would have more than twice the combat effectiveness. Therefore, new players entering the Shibuya Incident classified dungeon are advised to choose Cursed Spirit over Sorcerer for the player versus player advantage. Back in the police station, Yosuke and Kyoko watched Chun-Li suddenly advance toward them, stool gripped tight in his hand. This man was his true nature finally breaking through. Yosuke couldn't tell if what she felt was fear or anticipation. Kyoko bit her lip, raised her sidearm again, and pointed it at Chun-Li. Chun-Li pressed a finger to his lips. He was talking to Kyoko. Chapter 5, Coins Drop 2120 Characters July 23, 2025 Happy Superman was baffled. Just now, what on earth had just happened? He hadn't even finished casting his spell. Chun-Li had teleported in front of him, and brought the stool down directly on his eye. Was this guy a monster? Or had his starter gear cost way more than his own? 6 full loadouts worth. But wasn't this a new dungeon? Normal players only spent the minimum entry cost on their first run to get a feel for things. What lunatic spent a fortune on a dungeon with no confirmed major event? Thoughts exploding, Happy Superman was hurled backward by the crushing force. No cursed energy meant cursed spirits were invisible. But cursed spirits were objectively real. They took physical damage. As long as Chun-Li could find the spot and hit accurately, it worked fine. And the ID floating over every player's head made it simple. The head was right below it. How could you miss? The hitbox is labeled. What's stopping you? Wait, I have inside info. Can that buy me my life? The blue one-eyed spirit slumped in the crater he'd been smashed into, spitting purple blood, waving one hand at Great Heavenly Dragon. He was genuinely terrified. He should have just evacuated. A 50,000 kit could be saved for another run. Instead, he'd walked into someone camping a police station. Camping, deep-sea slang for a player who staked out a key location or evacuation point to ambush others, gambling small for large gains. You have inside info too. Chun-Li's fist slowed. He shifted from punching to grabbing, hauling Happy Superman off the ground by the scruff. From Yosuke and Kyoko's perspective, Chun-Li was locked in combat with thin air, and making it look completely real, even gripping the air with terrifying force. And yet the crater in the wall was real. Could a person actually punch a hole like that? After 30 years in Shibuya, Officer Kyoko felt her worldview crumbling. Chun-Li ignored the spectators. His focus was on extracting coins from Happy Superman. Getting coins from a player's pack before going for the plot money, call it a warm-up. I've been in this dungeon 27 days. I was planning to evacuate today. Happy Superman's face was long with misery, fixed on the boulder-sized fist before him. Get to the point. Chun-Li interrupted. Shibuya Security Tower, the building next to the Hansamon line. A player spotted 2 strange sorcerers going in and out today. They were being sneaky. One was an old woman with silver hair. The other was a young delinquent with dyed yellow hair. Chun-Li's eyes narrowed. That convenient. How'd you get that intel? The forum. Are you seriously a newbie? The first wave of us used the deep sea forum. We're all here to make money. Before any big loot shows up, we're all friends. Chun-Li considered. Deep-sea player relationships were complex, never purely enemies, never purely allies, always shifting. Early in a dungeon everyone pooled knowledge to chart the world. Once a major event appeared and NPCs started dropping coins, alliances dissolved, because you never knew what the person next to you was carrying. As for the forum, the original body had an account. Chun-Li had absorbed so much incoming information at once that he'd just blanked it out. Thanks for the tip. Saved me a lot of time. Chun-Li released Happy Superman. You're welcome. The final syllable never arrived. A boulder-sized fist detonated forward, obliterating the one-eyed spirit. They're both players. Did he think the rules were different for him? Everyone came in to profit. The blue spirit was completely outclassed, of course he was dropping his coins. Cursed energy dispersed. The blue spirit's body dissolved into black ash and vanished, leaving behind a single round spirit ball. Spirit ball, aggregated equipment of player Happy Superman. Contains fear of insects cursed spirit power, worn, and C-rank cursed energy, worn. Total value, 30,000 yuan even worn condition. I wonder if there's factory fresh grade. As for this ball, feels like something out of Suguru Ghetto's curse spirit manipulation. Convenient to carry though, I'll give it that. Chun-Li gave an honest assessment, then pocketed the 30,000 yuan spirit ball. Current total asset value, 180,000 yuan. Plus the newly acquired spirit ball on top of his own build. First step toward breaking even. That flash of light just now, what was it? Yosuke's eyes were sharp. She'd caught the moment Chun-Li pocketed the spirit ball. Chun-Li paid her no mind, sat back down in front of the security terminal. This time his target was much clearer. Hansamon Line, from Shibuya Ward to Oshiage Station in Sumida Ward. He squinted at the monitor. He had genuinely no knowledge of Japanese geography. This was going to take effort. A strand of hair was tucked aside, bringing a faint scent of lilies. What are you looking for? Yosuke settled into the seat beside him, tilting her head. Shibuya Security Tower. Is it on these cameras? Yes, right by Shibuya Crossing. This building. It has a glass observation elevator on the outside. Are you going there? Thanks. Officer, come over here. Chun-Li glanced at the slightly flustered Yosuke, then turned and waved to Kyoko, who was currently examining the crater in the wall. What is it? Kyoko's uniform was wrinkled. Her attitude remained unwavering even knowing this man was something beyond human. The justice she carried didn't allow her to bend the knee to thugs like Chun-Li. I'm leaving this girl with you. She's done what I needed. Chun-Li didn't acknowledge the tone, just said what he wanted to say. Yosuke's beautiful eyes went wide. What did that mean? Was this jerk dumping her? My advice, both of you buy tickets and leave Shibuya tonight. Don't come back tomorrow or the day after. Watch the news, especially the Tokyo Broadcasting System. Chun-Li said it casually, eyes flicking to the time in the corner of the screen. October 30th, 9 p.m. 3 hours until midnight. 23 hours and 30 minutes until the opening of the Shibuya incident. That's all. Chun-Li's tall frame rose from the chair. He grabbed a blue police jacket that someone had left behind, pulled it on, and headed for the door. Wait a moment, Yosuke reached out to stop him, but Kyoko caught her hand. Men like him are always like this. Kyoko's voice was cool, her eyes carrying a rare, world-weary wisdom. Their so-called great ambitions leave no room for women. But the advice he gave, it's really more like a command. Ignore it and fate will not be kind. Yosuke's hand fell, reluctant. Chapter 6, The Auditorium's Absolute Fiend Tiger 2146 characters July 24, 2025 The distance from Shibuya Police Station to the security tower was only about 2 kilometers. Shibuya Ward itself wasn't very large. The famous Shibuya Crossing had always been known as the world's busiest intersection, famous precisely because it crammed so many people into so little space. Dense people, narrow land. The reality of Japan. After extracting the intel he needed from Happy Superman, Chun-Li had nothing left to do. His plan was straightforward: wait here, use coercion or intimidation to force that strange silver-haired old woman to perform a summoning ritual on him, channeling Toji Fushiguro's physical template into his body. In the original story, the old woman summoned Toji onto her own grandson's body, only Toji's physical template, not his soul, and even that was enough for Toji to take complete possession of the boy. The heaven-blessed tyrant, Toji Fushiguro, was that domineering. Chunlai wanted the summoning, but he had to have heavenly restriction first. Without it, his body wouldn't be able to resist Toji's physical template, his will would be overrun, and he'd fail to evacuate with nothing to show for it. That was his calculation, anyway. If it turned out he'd read it wrong, fine. Chunlai could accept a loss. There were no waves that only rose and never fell. No gold digger who only evacuated with big red loot and never took a loss. He sprinted through Shibuya's night streets, his momentum enough to send roadside planters tumbling in his wake. Every footfall punched a small crater into the concrete. His swinging arms moved faster than an angle grinder. This was the average combat strength of a jujitsu sorcerer. The most ridiculous special-grade sorcerers could level buildings with a single technique. Even a grade 1 could detonate a whole floor. Standing before the now-vacant Shibuya security tower, Chunlai held a condensation-beaded can of beer. He'd grabbed it from a convenience store, moved too fast for the cameras to get a clear shot of him, probably. He'd paid for it anyway, with the loose change left in the police jacket. Facing the towering concrete structure, Chunlai didn't rush inside. He cracked the beer and took a long, slow pull. At this hour, the building was long emptied of workers. Charging in now would tip them off, and the silver-haired old woman might not show up tomorrow. So free climb up the outside. Good thing he'd kit up with heavenly restriction. A standard sorcerer body wouldn't handle this. Family, this is Shibuya Ward in this game world. Pretty bustling, right? At the famous Shibuya crossing, a player with the ID the auditorium's absolute fiend Tiger was live streaming as he walked. His stream had only a few dozen viewers, most of them barely awake. There were far too many dungeons in Deep Sea Company's catalog. A classified run like the Shibuya incident, with no confirmed major event yet, didn't attract much of an audience. The few who did tune in were mostly freeloading for intel. The comments reflected this. This scenery. Cyberpunk season showed enough of it. Got anything fresh? Seriously. At least film a cursed spirit. There was that one player who went to a yakitori stall, and ran into 3 spirits plus a sorcerer all at once. Oh please, wasn't that the guy who got deleted by the volcano head? That volcano head's name has been dug up by cursed spirit mains, it's called Jogo. Fiend Tiger wanted to cut in but couldn't find the angle. The dungeon really was dull right now. Modern landscape, cursed spirit sparse and hard to find. He turned past the crossing on a whim, and drifted toward Shibuya police station. His eyes were good, he spotted a JK hugging her knees on the ground not far off, with a big-built female officer crouching beside her. Sharp eyes, that one. There's clearly a story here. Get over there, streamer. Enough with the women. I order you to go find Jogo for a duel. The person above needs to calm down. You saw what happened to that player with the million-yen gear who tried to duel Jogo. What happened? One move. Domain expansion, 1 second, roasted into a suckling pig. Ahem, ahem. Good evening, lovely ladies on this long night. Not interested. Kyoko didn't even look up. She was already working out how to get Yosuke to leave. She intended to follow Chunlai's advice, but Yosuke inexplicably refused to go. She kept insisting on going to find Chunlai at the security tower. In Kyoko's words, Stockholm Syndrome had kicked in. Yosuke knocked back another swig of beer, eyes glassy. Through the haze, she found her focus, the face of this new arrival. Ordinary face. But Yosuke caught that blue light, very similar to the glow Chunlai had tucked into his pocket earlier. Do you know him? Yosuke stood, slightly drunk, grabbing Fiend Tiger's arm. Fiend Tiger was thrown off. The one who's the same as you, with the blue glow, very strong, really handsome. Yosuke gesticulated for a while and realized with a sinking feeling that she didn't even know Chunlai's name. But her description lit up the comments. Wait, a player. A sorcerer build. Anyone running sorcerer is brave. No way, that description doesn't sound like a sorcerer. Sounds like one of those suckers who bought Heavenly Restriction. That's the guy, his ID is Great Heavenly Dragon. Just wiped my whole kit at the police station. This absolute newcomer doesn't even know what the Deep Sea Forum is. If a newbie can beat you, just uninstall. He had 6 loadouts worth of gear. 6 times the strength, you wouldn't understand. The stream suddenly blew up. The player Happy Superman had delivered first-hand intel, generating a surge of traffic. Fiend Tiger sensed that this stranger might be the traffic goldmine of his evening, and quickly pressed Yosuke for more information. This guy you're describing, I think I know him. He goes by Wei Long. Do you know where he is right now? Are you really his friend? Can you take me to find him? Yosuke, head spinning, grabbed Fiend Tiger's hand. This pickup artist has really done a number on this girl. The comments couldn't help themselves. I'm a real friend, I promise. Tell me where he is and I'll take you. Kyoko had been listening carefully and stepped in to block him. He warned us, we have to leave Shibuya tonight. I'm not letting you take Yosuke anywhere. Fiend Tiger's eyes narrowed. Cursed energy stirred in his body. Nobody blocked his traffic flow, and got away with it. NPC lives didn't count for much in a player's calculation. He was about to end the female officer when a comment appeared before him, stopping his hand cold. She just said Great Heavenly Dragon told them to leave Shibuya tonight. Does he know what's actually going to happen in the Shibuya incident? Is the big one actually coming? Chapter 7, The Deep Sea Forum 2068 Characters July 24, 2025. The night wind off Shibuya was cold and cutting. With it being winter and Chenlai sitting on a rooftop terrace, the wind was even stronger. The beer can beside him was empty. He was browsing the Deep Sea Forum with casual interest. The forum had countless sections, guides, intel trading, equipment sales, escort services. It contained multitudes. Right now, Chenlai had only clicked into the Shibuya incident subsection, reading only active dungeon intel. Million yen gear wiped in one shot, is this dungeon actually balanced? Hot, info on the Volcano Head Curse Spirit Jogo, hot, has anyone met a real person? That spirit player who spawned as a cursed spirit scared my kid to tears, hot, the top 3 threads were almost entirely about the most active cursed spirits. Sorcerer players were completely invisible. Not surprising. Sorcerers tended to keep a low profile. Gojo Satoru was probably still at Jujutsu High teaching at Itadori right now, exorcising random curses wouldn't take him long, so players naturally wouldn't spot him. Chenlai clicked into the number 1 thread. He wanted to see what the million yen geared player had actually done. Shibuya BIGL, as pictured. Jogo's domain expansion is called Coffin of the Iron Mountain. My 800,000 yuan domain expansion purification gate of the Rashomon was shattered in 1 second. Shibuya BIGL, is the difficulty actually balanced in this dungeon? I killed plenty of curses with this technique. Then I meet Jogo and get one shot. The post went on. Chenlai ignored the complaints and focused on the facts. This player had entered with a million yuan kit, played cautiously at first, cleared a few lower-ranked curses with his domain, then got cocky. Hearing that the 4 curses had surfaced in Tokyo, he rushed to find them and cash in. The result was obvious. The other 3 curses didn't even need to act. Jogo opened Coffin of the Iron Mountain and ended it in 1 second. Completely deserved. What did he expect? In the manga, the 4 curses were absurdly overpowered. Jogo, Hanami, Dagon, Mahito for special grade curses, born from humanity's fear of fire, nature, the sea, and human beings themselves. They stood at the absolute pinnacle of the cursed spirit world. Jogo in particular never fought anything less than the top tier. He even lasted 10 rounds against Gojo Satoru. The author had to write Gojo's death just to let the plot continue. The only human among the 4 curses was Suguru Geto, the former best friend of Gojo Satoru, now being puppeteered by a brain parasite. The entire Shibuya incident was orchestrated by these four plus Geto. Walking in alone and trying to duel them was suicide. Chunlai scrolled a bit more, found nothing more useful, and put the forum away, staring out at the night city. No engine in his previous life could simulate a view like this. Silicon dreams. Overlapping billboards and cascading neon. Sky Tower and Tokyo department store at irregular heights. The distant wail of a foghorn carried greetings from the sea. This game was pure second reality. Chunlai sat on the rooftop edge, legs dangling, completely absorbed in Shibuya's night. What a shame. From tomorrow, none of this will exist anymore. Hey man, you're not about to jump, are you? Say hello to the people at home first. Fiend Tiger appeared on the rooftop with Kyoko and Yosuke in tow, shattering the silence of the night. Chunlai frowned and looked back. A young man with ordinary features and electronic light sparkling in his eyes was waving at him. ID, the auditorium's absolute Fiend Tiger loot value, 55,000 yuan status, deep sea live streaming. Chunlai glanced at it once and felt a flicker of puzzlement. Why were his stats visible? I'm guessing you want to know why you can see my loadout value. Fiend Tiger grinned, greeting him. Chunlai said nothing, so Fiend Tiger pressed on. I'm running peace mode. Other players can see my stats. Killing me drops gear, but the wear damage is more severe. More importantly, there's no point killing me. I'm live streaming right now, and you're tonight's traffic. Here's my proposal. We split today and tomorrow's earnings. 70-30. How is that only 30 for me? 70 for you, 30 for me. You're the one generating the traffic. Free money was free money. Chunlai shifted over and made space. Fiend Tiger hesitated, then sent a friend request, and pulled up a templated revenue split contract. This wasn't his first time doing this. His instincts told him this man had secrets. From a sorcerer's perspective, Chunlai had absolutely zero cursed energy, and yet he'd beaten a cursed spirit. That meant Chunlai had genuinely bought 150,000 yuan of heavenly restriction, officially labeled a trap item on the forum. People who bought trap items were either newbies, veterans, or pure idiots. To Fiend Tiger, this man was 100% a veteran. The two of you, why are you still standing there? Get out of here. Not much time left. Chunlai didn't look up. He grabbed his empty beer can and hurled it with enormous force, nearly clearing the rooftop of the adjacent building. The two women understood and obeyed, but having come all this way just to be yelled at, anyone would feel a little stung. Fiend Tiger witnessed this Sigma male behavior, and could only offer a silent salute. Kyoko shot Chunlai a glare, then helped Yosuke down the stairs. They'd taken the elevator up with Fiend Tiger, somehow he'd gotten green lights the whole way. Chunlai still didn't look back. He mimicked holding a cigarette at Fiend Tiger, who caught on instantly and passed him a Marlboro. He lit it. The sharp menthol flavor braced his mind. He exhaled the first slow stream of smoke into the dark and opened, I'm saving their lives. Stay with us and not a single NPC survives the night. The moment Chunlai said it, the stream's comments exploded. Does he know something? This man talks like a movie. I'm logging on right now, where are you streaming from? I need to humble this guy. His kit's worth 6 times yours. You think you're beating him with under 200k. Is what he's saying true? Is the big one actually coming? Fiend Tiger watched his viewer count climbing, his heart singing. In deep sea streaming, every comment cost money. Watch time earned money too. Riding Chunlai's traffic wave, Fiend Tiger renamed his stream on the spot. Shibuya Incident, The Big One is Coming. Chapter 8, The Big One is Coming. 2052 characters. July 25, 2025. On Friday, Qingbinka came home, kicked off her inconvenient heels, dropped her handbag, stripped off her clothes to reveal a youthfully curved figure, and elegantly lowered herself into the deep-sea fish tank. This was the habit of every deep-sea player worldwide. Home from work, no dinner, no shower, just strip and dive. Open Deep Sea Forum. Login as Ice Coke. Chinbinka made her last conscious input before awareness faded. ID, Ice Coke status, deep diving. The next moment, glittering flows appeared before her. She stepped onto one. A crowd of penguins surged around her. Binkajia. Binkajia. That dungeon you flagged seems to be making moves. A blue mohawked penguin waved frantically to get her attention. The Shibuya incident run. Chinbinka swirled her ice coke. The long-legged queen penguin drained the can in one pull. Belch winter theme only hits right with an ice-cold drink. Jia, you drink ice coke in every season. The blue mohawk penguin looked baffled, but was quickly shoved aside by the swelling crowd. There's a live stream going on right now, 2 players talking about the Shibuya incident. Another clickbait stream selling fake intel. Not watching. Queen Penguin flicked her head and turned to go. Chinbinka was the 1001st player on the Deep Sea rankings, meaning she had cleared classified dungeons for millions in payouts at least 3 times. She was a Deep Sea gold digger, and in real life, a professor at Deep Sea University. All these penguins flocking around her wanted to be taken under her wing, and taught the art of overnight wealth. Tonight, 8:30 p.m. Shibuya Grand Stage. Come if you've got the nerve. From behind her, a drawling male voice drifted out of a live stream. Bring your gear. Sharpen your blades. Come to the largest underground line in Tokyo, the Hansamon Line. Come and live through the most brutal night of your career as a player. 2 sentences. They snagged Chinbinka's attention. Who was this man? How did he dare to claim the Shibuya incident's major event would happen tonight? Rationally, Chinbinka had no reason to believe him. But there was something in the man's unhurried, almost coiling tone that added a strange credibility. Unlike every other big one's coming intel merchant, this one made a specific prediction, a location, a time, and an estimate of the event's scale. At Deep Sea ranking position 1001, Chinbinka made decisions fast. It was only 50,000 yuan in gear. If she was going in, she was going in. At the Shibuya incident's great vortex, a sudden queue of penguins formed, all diving in. On Fiend Tiger's stream, Chun Lai's prophecy was spreading. The active player count in the Shibuya incident classified dungeon was climbing fast, rapidly breaking 1,000. But that was the natural ceiling. Not every player could scrape together a 50,000 entry cost. At this point, vortex campers and ambushes started multiplying, staking out evacuation points, turning the whole dungeon into beautiful chaos. Because of one sentence from you, this classified run is going to be a complete war zone tonight. Fiend Tiger was laughing and shaking his head. Chun-Li glanced at the time. The sun was nearly gone, winter days were short, and the Shibuya incident was still a full 3 hours away. He pressed out the cigarette but on the takeaway box lid, stepped back from the dangerous rooftop edge, and looked at Fiend Tiger mid-argument with his comment section. Chaos is good. Think of it like brewing medicine, only when 15 or 20 ingredients go in together does the formula work. Before the words were out, the rooftop access door swung open. Out walked one older and one younger figure. The older had silver-white hair, jet-black eyes, the younger had dyed yellow hair, stood tall. The summoning grandmother and grandson duo. Right on schedule. In a moment I'll channel Toji Fushiguro's physical template into you. Heaven-blessed tyrant, that power belongs with us. Yeah, grandma, I know, stop nagging, hey. Who are you two? Yellow hair's eyes were sharp. First thing on the roof, he'd spotted Chun-Li standing nearby and Fiend Tiger sitting on the edge. Where do these new sorcerers keep crawling from? Unbearable. Yellow hair was visibly annoyed by the sight of more players. His glasses caught a flash of cold light. Blue cursed energy gathered in his hands. Kill them. Then do what we came here to do. No time to waste. The silver-haired old woman planted her walking stick and began carving the summoning circle into the rooftop. Yellow Hair licked his lips and advanced on the two of them. I've been trailing these two casters. A player ID Great Western King suddenly spoke in the comments. I think I saw your forum post about them. These two sorcerers are grade 2, right? The comment section quickly followed up. Great Western King corrected. At baseline they should be grade 2. But post-summoning, they'd hit grade 1 level. Chun-Li listened as Fiend Tiger read the comments aloud. A smile spread across his face. All the more reason to wrap this up quickly then. The blue-black jacket blurred as it flashed through the wind. The Shibuya Police Department badge gleamed under the night sky. Hey, I'm talking to you, Yellow Hair's sentence never finished. Chun-Li had already crossed the distance to stand in front of him, wearing a grin that was reckless and brilliantly alive. One hand steadied the back of Yellow Hair's neck, making him a better target, while the right fist rose and drew back in the crisp night air. Holy crap, 6 loadouts worth of strength. Fiend Tiger cried out. A heavenly restriction build with all 150,000 yuan pumped into pure physicality was genuinely outrageous in melee statistics. Chun-Li's speed was indistinguishable from teleportation. The next moment the fist drove into Yellow Hair's stomach. His body jackknifed like a shrimp, and the bubble gum he'd been chewing flew forward and hit the ground. What are you from the Zenin clan? Yellow Hair dropped to his knees in front of Chun-Li, retching and shouting simultaneously. He couldn't understand it. The only known wielders of heavenly restriction in the sorcerer world were Toji Fushiguro, dead, and Zenin Maki, currently at Jujutsu High. This man had zero cursed energy but this terrifying physical output, but Maki was a woman, wasn't she? Chun-Li didn't answer. He grabbed Yellow Hair by the hair and lifted him like a dead dog. His fists fell like pile drivers. Chun-Li controlled the force. He didn't want Yellow Hair dead. He needed him alive to threaten the silver-haired grandmother. The old woman had just deployed her curtain barrier. She turned to look back, and her grandson was already half-beaten to death. Her pupils contracted. The man in front of her gave her the feeling of facing a predator. Could we perhaps negotiate? Chapter 9, The Heaven-Blessed Tyrant. 2,218 characters. July 25, 2025. The full spectacle of Chun-Li beating up Yellow Hair while using the grandson as leverage against the grandmother was broadcast live by the auditorium's absolute Fiend Tiger. Respecting the elderly, cherishing the young, Sigma energy. This is the gaming spirit I endorse. What does he even want? What use are to grade to sorcerers? Let me be stressed first, let the above poster wait, I'm in the Great Vortex queue with like 70 penguins ahead of me. Fiend Tiger. Get over here. Chun-Li beckoned to Fiend Tiger, who'd been engaged in back and forth with the comment section. Coming, Brother Wei Long. What do you need? Fiend Tiger trotted over, rubbing his hands together. Today alone, Chun-Li had brought him over 1,000 viewers in traffic. He'd already earned 70 or 80,000, and when the 8:30 event Chun-Li had predicted arrived, he'd make significantly more. Come hold him. If this old woman tries anything, kill the grandson. Chun-Li shoved the half-dead Yellow Hair into Fiend Tiger's arms, and stepped into the summoning circle drawn in human blood. I'll say it one more time, I only want Toji Fushiguro's physical template. Understood. The silver-haired grandmother's expression was stone. With her grandson taken hostage, she had no options, she had to follow Chun-Li's instructions. At most she could delay things slightly. According to plan, they were supposed to wait until the leader had sealed Gojo Satoru before acting. But now these people from nowhere had completely disrupted their timeline. What were they after? Faster, old woman. Watching her drag her feet, Chun-Li's already thin patience ran dry. The blue-black form flashed, a palm cracked across the grandmother's face, and knocked out what few teeth she had left. Fiend Tiger. Cut the grandson's hand off. Chun-Li didn't look back. His shadow fell over the tiny old woman. With pleasure. The audience loves this. Fiend Tiger's eyebrows jumped. He produced a knife from somewhere and severed Yellow Hair's hand in one clean stroke. Ah! The scream carried far across the empty rooftop. The silver-haired grandmother's mouth opened, then closed. She had no choice but to submit. That's how you deal with a contractor who's stalling. This is terrible. Players really are pure evil. You above, if it were you, would you do it? I'd do something worse. The comment section buzzed with enthusiasm. Deep Sea Games had never had any kind of content moderation. That was why escort services were so popular. Chun-Li's actions lined up perfectly with the player value system, and received unanimous approval from the bloodthirsty audience. The grandmother stopped stalling. Chun-Li flicked the blood off his hand, and stepped back into the summoning circle. All preparatory work complete. All the grandmother needed to do now was release her summoning curse. A beam of blue light descended from above and drove into the crown of Chun-Li's head. The next moment, his already imposing body swelled to more than double its size, as if inflated. Even his serratus anterior muscles pressed visibly through his undershirt. His hair stood on end. The blue-black police jacket filled tight around his expanded frame. The veins on his swollen arms bulged. His mouth bent down at the corners, wearing an expression of contempt and challenge for the entire world. The heaven-blessed tyrant, Toji Fushiguro, had been summoned into Chun-Li. Toji Fushiguro had barely extended his right hand to point toward the old woman, when his left hand shot out involuntarily and stopped the gesture. Pupils widening, Toji seemed to understand what was happening. This isn't your body. The consciousness writing the physical template, you will listen to me. Chun-Li's face was divided into two completely different expressions. The right half wore Toji's characteristic downturned mouth of contempt, the left half was calm, undisturbed, like still water in a deep well. The split was severe enough that the comment section noticed. Hold on, this guy actually seems to know something. His physical build at this point is not what you'd get from a single 150k heavenly restriction purchase alone. Look at those muscles. Tonight, 8:30 p.m. See you in Shibuya. The big one is coming. The players watching understood what they were seeing. Their confidence in Chun-Li's 8:30 p.m. prophecy had never been higher. A major event. Every major event had an irresistible pull on every deep-sea player. The great campaign of Esdeath in Red-Eyed World, the Winter Holy Grail explosion in Holy Grail War, the Fruit War triggered by players in Age of Exploration. Every single one, breathtaking battles, limitless loot. Out of all the active Great Vortexes at any given time, a full month might go by without a single major event. Countless people sat monitoring different player streams night after night, waiting for first-hand event intel. And tonight, right now, a player with the ID Great Heavenly Dragon had given away, completely for free, the time and location of a major event. Make me rich. Calls went out. Capital flowed. The Shibuya incident's great vortex became a stampede. And Chun-Li, who had caused all of this, was locked in a battle for dominance with Toji Fushiguro. He needed Toji's power but not Toji's consciousness. The problem was that heavenly restriction was an extraordinarily unusual form. Toji's will and body were deeply fused. They were essentially one. Left hand, right fist, Chun-Li was fighting himself. In an absurd internal civil war, he beat his own face black and blue, then watched the horrific physical regeneration erase every mark. The grandmother stared, jaw slack. She found herself faintly relieved Chun-Li had seized the summoning slot from her grandson. Had Toji been summoned into the boy, he would absolutely have claimed the body entirely. Men and spirit boxed for a while. Neither could break through, they shared the same body. Your son is going to be in serious trouble tonight. Chun-Li tried a different angle after a moment's thought. Why would I care about something like that? Toji threw another punch. Chun-Li caught it with his left hand. He took the Fushiguro name, not the Zenin name. He knew Toji cared. This man was just stubborn, his upbringing was simply unlike anyone else's. The punch that came next was fractionally slower. Toji paused half a second. I don't care. Fushiguro Megumi is going to be in serious trouble tonight. He may die. Chun-Li dropped the final bombshell and waited for the reaction. Sure enough, Toji's fist stopped. The half-face of calculated indifference turned grave. What do you know? What do you want from me? The left half of Chun-Li's face broke into a smile of victory. As planned. I know how to save him. And I'll give you the chance to do it. In exchange, don't fight me for control of the body. Only come out when I call for you. The dead fish eye on the right half of his face shifted. Quiet, simple. In an instant Toji's expression left Chun-Li's face completely. His features returned to perfect coordination. Apart from the physical changes, it was as if nothing had ever happened. But from a wider angle, the internal war between Chun-Li and Toji had shattered the rooftop, depressions and craters everywhere. Chun-Li clenched his fist, feeling the rolling, unbroken power in his body. He closed his eyes in something approaching rapture. From this moment on, he was the heaven-blessed tyrant. Chapter 10, 832,139 characters July 26, 2025 October 31, 8 p.m. Jogo, Hanami, Dagon, Choso, and Suguru Geto stepped out of a cha-chanteng and walked toward Hanzamon Station. Geto wore his usual monk's robes, eyes half closed in a practiced smile. Apart from a faint seam running around his forehead, he looked entirely like a normal person. Behind him, four special-grade cursed spirits walked together. Passers-by who couldn't see them unconsciously stepped aside anyway. That Mahito always has to go off on his own. I really have to tank Gojo Satoru for 20 minutes. Jogo, the volcano-headed one-eyed spirit, the strongest of the four, rubbed his pale forearm with lingering dread, checking with Geto again. Before players had entered the picture, Jogo and Gojo had clashed once. The result, utter defeat. At that lakeside, the overconfident Jogo had nearly been killed. Gojo had even plucked off his head. Don't worry. Hanami will be with you, and Choso should also lend you a hand. Geto waved dismissively, telling Jogo to relax. You better seal him fast. I never want to see that man again. Jogo's enormous eye was full of resentment. If the players who idolized unbeatable Jogo knew how terrified he was of Gojo, every jaw would hit the floor. The four descended the escalator into the underground. As Geto's deployment activated, a massive curtain enveloped the entire Hanzamon station. A curtain was a special barrier that concealed techniques and enclosed battlefields, granting concealment. With the curtain down, Jujutsu High would sense it shortly. The Tokyo area's maintenance officer happened to be Gojo Satoru. Their main course would be arriving soon, to be greeted by Geto sat, arms folded, on one of the metal station benches, and casually set Prison Realm on the ground. Prison Realm, said to be the most powerful sealing cursed tool in existence. As long as its target remained within its sealing range for 60 seconds by any means whatsoever, regardless of how powerful they were, they'd be locked inside Prison Realm. At this moment, though, Geto was hearing something unexpected. Ha ha ha, big gold, big red, here I come. Try to steal this and I'll PK you all. How do you people actually believe that weirdo? If you don't believe, then don't come. Chaotic noise filtered into Geto's mind. He frowned, looking toward the escalators. What he saw stopped him cold. An assortment of cursed spirits and sorcerers were descending the escalators, not in formation, but with surprising efficiency, flooding into the station. They were packed together but not fighting. At the top, a sorcerer was even directing foot traffic, preventing ordinary passengers from getting on the escalators. A conservative estimate put the first wave at 70 or 80 cursed spirits and 40 or 50 sorcerers. When had Shibuya collected this many spirits and sorcerers? More baffling still, weren't sorcerers supposed to exterminate cursed spirits? These people clearly hadn't come from Jujutsu High. What were they? Geto felt his foundational understanding of the world shaking. The vein at his temple throbbed. He fixed his eyes on the first wave of players entering the station. Oh my god, Big Gold. Big Gold. The fastest player in, Rainy Knight_Knife No Umbrella, controlling a rail-thin cursed spirit body, made it in first, and immediately spotted Prison Realm resting casually on the ground where Geto had tossed it. In a player's perspective, Prison Realm radiated an unstoppable golden light. That alone said this item was worth at least 1,000,000 yuan just on its own. Whoever brought it out would have made their entire entry cost back 10 or 20 times over. Players lost their minds. Cursed spirits let out screams no human could comprehend. Sorcerers scrambled hand and foot toward Prison Realm, shoving each other to get close. Chun-Li hadn't lied. Tonight, on the Hanzomon line in Shibuya, a major event was absolutely happening. The deep-sea forum flooded with photographs of Prison Realm, and its estimated value in the deep-sea system. Every single player, even those who had completely dismissed Chun-Li's 8:30 p.m. prophecy, had to admit, staring at those photos, that it really was coming. Prison Realm was only the beginning. Countless penguins tore themselves from other great vortexes, didn't even bother shaking off the water, and dove straight into the Shibuya incident's vortex. Overnight wealth. An event bringing total, glorious mayhem. I could die happy just witnessing a major event like this. A sorcerer build player running peace mode had no interest in the scramble. He'd entered with a 50,000 yuan kit purely to document everything. His purchase technique was mirror lens curse, and he live-streamed while recording each moment. He watched as players piloting all manner of powers surged toward the golden glowing Prison Realm, his lens faithfully capturing every second of this electrifying scene. I'm terribly sorry. That's not something I can give you. Just as Rainy Knight_Knife No Umbrella's spindly hand was about to close on Prison Realm, a black-shod foot stepped firmly onto it. Players only then noticed Geto, who had been seated right beside Prison Realm the whole time, present but somehow invisible. Kill him. Rainy Knight_Knife No Umbrella's eyes blazed, but someone else had already shouted it first. The words were out before attribution mattered. Cut off a man's profit and you'd cut off his will to live. For gold diggers who prized money above their own survival, it was doubly true. In the next moment, techniques formed of cursed energy erupted in the confined space. Every player turned their weapons on Geto simultaneously. All kinds of light pollution lit the station like daylight. Waiting passengers on the platform couldn't see cursed energy, but still felt a profound, inexplicable chill through their hearts. Geto, facing this barrage, was wholly unhurried. A large-boned hand emerged from his monk's robes, raised, palm forward. Cursed spirit manipulation, rainbow dragon. A 5-clawed dragon, wild mane, jade-green eyes, erupted from behind Geto like a descending demon god, roaring sideways toward the crowd. In the manga, the number of people who could survive this technique was laughably small. Gojo and Toji were among them, but they were specials among specials. As for the players, most had entered on minimum gear, barely matching grade 2 sorcerer or average cursed spirit. Against Rainbow Dragon, only slaughter awaited them. The lens curse player swallowed audibly and stepped back 2 paces. The first wave of players, spirits and sorcerers alike, had been wiped out entirely. Their noise had already spooked the station's civilian passengers. Geto walked forward in a not very good mood, and picked up the spirit balls players had dropped, pocketing them one by one. Since chaos had already been manufactured, no point waiting any longer. Gojo Satoru. He's here. Jogo's voice came through via the insect communicator. Geto stopped paying attention to the fallen players, picked up Prison Realm, and pressed deeper into the station. Chapter 11. The Big One Really Came 2041 Characters July 26, 2025 Big Gold isn't that easy to take. Outside the station, Chingbinka, who had been waiting, watched Fiend Tiger's stream and chewed her bubblegum. As a player ranked in the top 1,000 of the deep sea rankings, She had extensive experience with major events. First rule: Major Loot always had an escort, a dungeon boss guarding it. The first wave of players was always cannon fodder, veterans called them mice. Experienced players waited. They let the first frenzied wave burn out, then found the right moment to cut in. As for why Qingbinka was watching Chen Lai's stream, she wanted more first-hand information from him. Every professional gold digger spread their time across multiple dungeons. Human memory had limits, no one could retain deep knowledge of every dungeon's inner workings. First-hand intel was everything. And Chen Lai clearly had an unusually deep understanding of the Shibuya incident. She didn't know why such a well-informed player had no ranking, but that didn't stop her from respecting what she saw. So she waited. Waited for Chen Lai to say more, to move first, and then she'd copy his homework. At the top of the Shibuya security tower, Chen Lai shook blood from his hand and signaled Fiend Tiger to keep up. Damn, this man is ruthless. Absolute scorched earth. Killed them, so what? Those two were obviously bad news. What, you have a thing for older women? Vintage wine gets better with age. Fiend Tiger's stream had fewer comments than before. The ones who could scrape together entry gear had all entered the dungeon. The remaining viewers were the broke ones who couldn't afford the entry cost, but wanted to watch the major event happen live. Chen Lai ignored what others thought. Two things on his mind: kill and loot. The Shibuya incident had two critical junctures. First, Gojo Satoru is sealed. Second, Fushiguro Megumi is ambushed, forcing him to release Maharaga through the 10 Shadows technique. The first one, Chen Lai had no intention of interfering. Saving Gojo would bring him no personal benefit. He was here to make money, not to rescue people. The second, now that was full of potential. Save Megumi, that was his promise to Toji. Then he could grab one of the fingers of Ryaman Sukuna that Jogo was carrying. Sukuna's fingers, even the weakest one, had to be worth a small gold drop, right? Grab one, probably enough to pay off the original body's debts. Chen Lai smiled at the thought, stood on the rooftop edge, spread his arms into the wind, and let himself fall naturally backward. Bro, do you walk off buildings like a free fall back home? Fiend Tiger was dumbfounded. Even with heavenly restriction you couldn't just do that. This was the 23rd floor. People died falling from this height. Chen Lai paid no attention. His body told him it was fine, so he did it. Arms spread, he savored the freedom of a powerful physical form. Like a bird with wings open, Gojo Satoru punched through the ground from surface to underground, holding himself motionless just before hitting the subway floor, hovering, suspended in midair. This was a derived application of the limitless technique, a Gojo family inheritance. In the deep-sea equipment system, just this one ability alone was worth 500,000 yuan. As for Gojo's 6 eyes, they didn't exist in the equipment system. 6 eyes could never appear as duplicates in the same moment. Manufacturing that paradox was beyond any player's capability. Gojo Satoru had been standing in line near the Shibuya crossing, waiting to buy dorayaki. He'd suddenly sensed a curtain activating underground and hurried over to investigate. After all, a curtain generally meant sorcerers or spirits were active, and all of Greater Tokyo was Gojo's territory, his responsibility to ensure no special grade threat endangered civilians. The moment he descended, he found Jogo, Hanami, and Choso standing on the tracks, seemingly indifferent to the approaching trains. You came, Gojo Satoru. Jogo's enormous eyelid drooped as he greeted him first. Yep, it's you again, Jogo. You brought friends this time. Gojo spoke without a care. He still hadn't taken the 3 curses seriously. After all, he was the strongest. That was enough to make Jogo's volcano head immediately erupt. He was born a fire curse with a hot temper. Gojo's words were a direct insult on top. He called out to his companions. His palms pressed together, magma attempting to surge from underground. Domain expansion. Hanami moved first, releasing domain expansion to counter Gojo's limitless Blood manipulation. Choso lowered his head, 2 drops of blood fired from his eyes, taking shape in the air into blood arrows that shot straight for Gojo. He stood in midair, blindfold already off. He wasn't even looking at the 3 curses. He stared upward, apparently thinking about something else entirely. Only when the blood arrows were nearly on him, and Jogo's magma was close to bursting from the ground and scalding civilians on the platform, did Gojo finally move. He landed. He placed his hand over the boiling magma. Look carefully, no matter how it surged, it never touched Gojo's skin. That was the limitless technique combined with 6 eyes, stasis plus penetration, creating repulsion. The next second, the magma was pressed back underground by his bare hand. The blood arrows dissolved harmlessly against his body's natural repulsion field. Jogo's volcano head spat a few drops of magma. No matter how many times he'd seen it, facing Gojo Satoru he genuinely felt powerless. How could a person be this strong? What did he have that Jogo didn't? Jogo shouted desperately to his companion. Both began domain expansion simultaneously. 2 massive tides of cursed energy flooded the narrow underground space, used to suppress Gojo's technique. Gojo, for his part, barely registered it. With 6 eyes and limitless operating together, his cursed energy was effectively infinite. Any number of curses who came at him would simply die. Choso's glassy eyes swept across both platform edges, then fired the bloodthirsty manipulation again, this time targeting the ordinary civilians on the platform. Prompted by Choso, Jogo and Hanami understood. Their goal was never to defeat Gojo Satoru, it was to delay him, to create the opening Geto needed to seal him. These humans would be the perfect tool for buying time. Blood arrows flying. Magma flooding. Civilians screamed and fled. Few escaped. Gojo's expression didn't change. But the 6 eyes finally moved, landing fully on the 3 special grades. You lot are really... Before he could finish, Gojo teleported behind Jogo's back. 1 elegantly powerful leg swept high. Chapter 12, The Big One, 2027 characters July 27, 2025 The leg swept up. Jogo's face split into a smile of triumph. Airborne with nowhere to redirect force, Gojo's next move was locked. The 2 curses turned and threw punches simultaneously, like old friends throwing down together. Both fists carried the neutralizing effect of domain expansion. Massive force, this punch would turn Gojo to ash. In midair, Gojo brought his leg back in and stood. Hanami on one side, Jogo on the other. Their expressions were savage, every micro-expression calculated. Gojo rubbed his chin, allowing their fists to come. But the closer they got, the slower they became. Limitless, Zeno's paradox. Anything approaching Gojo Satoru would see its velocity approach 0 asymptotically. Nothing could touch him. You both worked very hard today. Gojo smiled and vanished from between them. Before his voice had faded, Hanami and Jogo's fists crashed into each other, their combined force generating a Category 10 shockwave throughout the entire station. Jogo's massive eye strained to stay open in the blast. He had to know where Gojo was, not knowing meant dying. I'm right here. Gojo appeared without warning in front of him, one hand closing around Jogo's forearm, the other slamming down on Hanami's horn. Heave-ho! Enormous force transmitted through Gojo's slender arms. He slammed the 2 curses together in midair, then sent each flying with an over-the-shoulder throw in opposite directions. 2 thunderous crashes. The already panicked platform passengers fled further away from Gojo. This was beyond anything their understanding could encompass. These supernatural forces Choso hid within the crowd, watched his companions taking a beating, snorted quietly, and walked away. Adding himself would just mean more punishment. Better to kill a few more civilians and bait Gojo's attention. The smoke settled. Jogo shook his rattled volcano head. Gojo sprinted from a distance, fist charged with cursed energy blazing in blue light. Seeing Jogo was about to take serious damage, Hanami rushed to cancel his domain expansion and deploy Forest Curse technique to save him. Which was exactly what Gojo wanted. The domain expansion was what counteracted his limitless. Without it, what happened to Hanami? Jogo could see it clearly, even if this punch hit his head, it would only hurt him. But Hanami was canceling his domain out of fear, and that was walking straight into Gojo's trap. Hanami, don't. Jogo screamed the warning. Gojo flashed in the air, using the green vines sprouting from the ground as a springboard, launching himself to land directly in front of the technique-casting Hanami. Limitless, he drew the last syllable out deliberately. But the repulsion field had already activated. All directional pressure pinned Hanami against the wall, immovable. Jogo sprang up from behind Gojo, magma-wrapped fist driving straight for the back of Gojo's head, and stopped at near zero distance. Even now, Gojo had the composure to provide commentary. You really want to save them, don't you? What a pity. The harder you amplify your domain expansion, the more I amplify limitless on this end to prevent your technique from neutralizing mine. Ha 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 ha. He grinned and took one step toward Hanami. The repulsion intensified. The thick underground wall had already begun to crack. But before that mattered, Hanami never had a chance to say last words. The repulsion field compressed them into a pool of black blood. Hanami. Jogo screamed. Pale eyes flooded with grief and rage. You were good friends, it seems. Gojo turned the knife. The eyes that shone like the Milky Way held pure, untainted malice. Shibuya Eki ni Tsukamashita. Suddenly, a pre-recorded female announcement chimed from speakers on both sides of the tunnel. Train arriving. Gojo glanced at the speaker, then continued pursuing Jogo. Kill Jogo before the train arrived, no civilians hurt. But Jogo's vitality was genuinely stubborn. He was still a special grade. He'd nearly died at Gojo's hands before and come back. The train pulled in. Silvernose crossed into view. The doors opened, hanging straps swaying. Gojo glanced in casually and froze. Passengers inside, but precious few. What dominated the car was human-shaped curses. They had killed the real passengers. The entire car was slick with blood. Mahito's work. The curse born from humanity's fear of human beings, his technique idol transfiguration could alter a person's soul, transforming them into any form he desired. Seeing it, Gojo's anger nearly overflowed. A handful of cursed spirit players jumped hastily out of the car, smart move, riding the previous stop's train instead of fighting through the main crowd to get into the station. Exactly, good thing we're playing cursed spirits, otherwise, they never finished the sentence. Their brains stopped. In the packed underground space, Gojo raised his middle finger behind his index finger. The radiance in his 6 eyes reached a level beyond description. Domain expansion, unlimited void. An open domain technique that packed the target's mind with infinite useless information. To protect civilians, he held it to 0. 2 seconds. Within the 60-second domain coverage, he needed to kill every transfigured human in the station. Full cursed energy output. Limitless going all in. Gojo became a high-speed harvesting machine. The cursed spirit players who'd barely reached the central battlefield hadn't managed to search for a thing, and got their heads removed by Gojo. 80,000 yuan entry kit. Combat lasted less than 1 second. Deep Sea Company can't balance a game? Then don't make games. Breaking, Shibuya Incident New Development, white-haired Longlegs is an absolute monster. All-out effort cannot be defeated. The Deep Sea Forum exploded with posts. Everyone was tracking the major event's latest development. Chen Lai saw them too. He was already smiling, walking at a quick pace toward the now empty subway entrance. Now was the best moment to cut in. Gojo's great display would be followed shortly by his sealing. On the other side, Gojo, within 60 seconds, barehandedly wiped out every transfigured human in the station. Even with his reverse curse technique providing infinite recovery, he was breathing slightly harder. He chased Jogo through the frozen crowd, determined to kill this special grade curse that had caused so many deaths. He pushed past the last person standing. Gojo's eyes met, without warning, a figure in monk's robes, arms crossed, standing quietly ahead. His friend, long dead, Suguru Geto. Prison realm open. The figure said. Chapter 13, The Big One, 2, 2035 characters July 27, 2025 Gojo Satoru had been sealed. In the shadows of Shibuya's high-rises, countless cursed spirits pressed against the walls, peering out. Above all of Greater Tokyo, the eyes that had suppressed every curse vanished. From this moment, the real Shibuya incident had just begun. Chun-Li was kicking open a vending machine in the subway, extracting an ice-cold cola. The jolt of a carbonated drink was still as delightfully addictive as ever. He stretched his limbs and touched his toes. The forum had leaked footage of Gojo speed-deleting players, and then Gojo had sprinted deeper into the station. He'd likely already met the brain parasite-controlled Geto by now. Which meant Gojo was gone. Toji Fushiguro had briefly bested Gojo Satoru in canon. After double-stacking Heavenly Restriction, who in all of Shibuya was going to challenge him? With Gojo sealed and before Sukuna had consumed enough fingers to escalate, and before Maharaga had been summoned, Chun-Li had absolute dominance over Shibuya. He tossed the empty can and, before it hit the ground, launched forward 100 meters like a released arrow. This was his current speed. World Sprint Champion Bolt's sub-10-second 100-meter time was legendary. Chun-Li could carry Bolt on his back and run 10 laps of that track in the same time. The marble floor left black friction marks under his velocity. Bystanders on both sides felt only a hurricane pass, retinas unable to track him at all. Gojo Satoru sealed already. Jogo crept out of the shadows, shaken, and looked toward Geto. Prison Realm is a special grade sealing tool. No matter how penetrating six eyes are, once you're in range for a minute, before Geto could finish, the countless eyes on Prison Realm all turned vivid blue, the color of the six eyes, and wept. What an absolute monster! Gojo Satoru. Jogo rubbed his volcano head, grateful to be alive. That done, he turned to Geto. What now? Same as planned, create chaos, draw in Itadori and the others. Geto confirmed without hesitation. But the next second, Geto sensed a breeze at his back. This was an enclosed underground space, fully below ground. How could there be wind? A blue-black coat covered Geto's shadow. A pair of pupils, white, no iris, lit up behind him. A fist the size of a boulder carried several tons of force on a horizontal sweep. What on earth? Geto was hurled off his feet. That ever-calm face now had a deep hole punched through it, deep enough to see the shape of the brain inside. That brain, full name Kenjaku, shaped exactly like a human brain, had possessed Geto and orchestrated the entire Shibuya incident. The goal, transform all of humanity into cursed energy-bearing forms. It operated through Geto's body and cursed spirit manipulation. One strike had injured special-grade sorcerer Geto. Chun-Li flexed his fist. This body was extraordinary, with power like this, who could stop him now? Some random trash just sneak-attacked you. Geto, you're getting sloppy, ha 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 ha. Jogo glanced at Chun-Li, couldn't match him against any known powerhouse in his mental database, and immediately dismissed him, turning to mock Geto instead. Chun-Li looked at Jogo. Looked again. Then he smiled. Jogo, didn't Gojo Satoru rip your head off once? How'd it grow back? Oh right, when he let you go, he gave you a parting line, didn't he? You're quite weak, Jogo. When Chun-Li reached the second sentence, the magma on Jogo's head was already erupting. Nothing in his existence he hated more than being called weak. Especially by a human. He opened his giant eye, just about to respond, and blinked. Chun-Li was gone. The next moment, a pair of black trousers, unmistakably powerful, appeared in Jogo's field of vision. Jogo slammed into the wall beside Geto. The two of them were embedded in it like a pair of flattened museum specimens, stuck, unable to move. But curses were curses. Jogo's head erupted with magma, reshaping the environment to one he could operate in. Geto deployed cursed spirit manipulation as well, cushioning curses catching him like airbags, and launching himself off the wall. Heavenly restriction. Geto's expression turned grave. Kenjaku's memory included one encounter with this type of opponent. That time, they'd been utterly defeated. Who was it again? Chun-Li smiled, teeth showing. He shook the blood off his fist and vanished again. He had no appropriate anti-curse weapon on hand. Hitting Jogo was nearly useless, but hitting Geto, that was pure, unmitigated true damage. Geto's eyes darted in every direction, pupils helplessly contracting. Sorcerers were most vulnerable against this kind of pure physical terror. The instant a technique was cast, Chun-Li could have landed dozens or hundreds of punches already. Then his gaze locked and froze. The black speck in his visual field expanded. Chun-Li was coming from above. High jump, chest compressed, arms raised and drawn back, winding up for a one-blow takedown. Cursed spirit manipulation, Rainbow Dragon. Full cursed energy output. The dragon burst from Geto's palm with even greater ferocity than before, wind shrieking as it collided with Chun-Li. It's over, thought Geto. No sorcerer had ever survived a full-output Rainbow Dragon head-on. Let alone at this speed. The next second, a geyser of purple blood in the sky. A blue-black figure punched through from the dragon's tail, and the moment he emerged, Rainbow Dragon exploded, raining blood over the underground station. You have got to be kidding me. Terror seized Geto. Kenjaku trembled. It had only Geto's techniques to work with, and the enemy in front of him had already exceeded everything Geto was capable of handling. The gap between specials could be as wide as a canyon. Chun-Li looked at the immobilized Geto without expression, walked up, and put a fist through his skull. No, I can't die. I have a great ideal still to fulfill. Teeth appeared on the surface of the brain. Kenjaku screamed. Legs sprouting from the brain scrambled at full speed. It had to escape. If it escaped, the plan could still be realized. One foot pressed down hard. Kenjaku became a smear of pink meat paste. The great schemer of an era met its end. Jogo, witness to all of it, felt his brain shuddering. Geto had lasted fewer than 10 rounds and been utterly dismantled. Was this man another monster like Gojo? Chun-Li glanced toward Jogo's position. No intent to pursue. Killing Jogo without a proper curse tool was a long, grinding affair. Priority now, collect loot. Chapter 14, The Big One, 3, 2042 characters July 28, 2025 First on the priority list, the Cursed Spirit Balls stored in Geto's monk's robe. Blade Cursed Spirit Ball, Severe wear 10,000 yuan. Steam Cursed Spirit Ball, Slight wear 30,000 yuan. A pile of spirit balls. Chun-Li did a quick mental tally, 450,000 yuan in total loot, most of them severely worn, probably because Rainbow Dragon's kills were too rough. Even so, this single haul had already covered his original investment. One round, debts cleared. Deep Sea Games really were a printing press. Hey man, smile. The Lens Curse player, who had been hiding in a station corner, suddenly appeared, and took a shot of Chun-Li using his technique. Chun-Li stood there, pockets stuffed with spirit balls, wearing a faint smile. Yes, thanks for cooperating. With this photo and video, I am going to make an absolute killing on the Deep Sea Forum. He was ecstatic. He'd entered the dungeon solely as a documentarian. And this trip to Shibuya had not disappointed. He'd witnessed extraordinary things. Just from Gojo's 6 eyes and Geto's cursed spirit manipulation alone, he could tell this dungeon had layers still unexplored, plenty more worth digging for. Chun-Li was in a good mood. He let this one fish slip through the net, and turned his attention to the dungeon's biggest prize yet. He looked up at Prison Realm, suspended motionless in midair, the eyes on its surface weeping. Prison Realm, open, unique curse tool sealing Gojo Satoru, strongest sorcerer in history. Value, 65 million yuan. Chun-Li stood rooted to the spot. He'd seen the original estimated value on the forum, a few million at most. How had it jumped to tens of millions? Questions aside, Chun-Li didn't hesitate for a single second. He reached up, grabbed Prison Realm, and shoved it into his jacket pocket. 65 million, just like that. Chun-Li had a dreamlike feeling, but also knew with total clarity that he'd earned this. Knowledge advantage. Right timing. Correct investment. This was the corresponding return. Part of him wanted to forget the agreement with Toji and evacuate immediately. But the moment the thought occurred, the right half of his face lit up with a different expression. Toji Fushiguro would never allow Chun-Li to break a deal and run. Let's go save your son. Chun-Li muttered and ran in the direction Jogo had fled. At this point, Fiend Tiger had only just caught up to him, and Chun-Li had already left again. Streamer, are you competent or not? If not, step down and let the lens guy take over. Can't even keep up with a stream, what else can you do? Go home and record your room. Stop roasting him, I'm gonna drop a tear emoji. The comment section was gleefully trolling. Fiend Tiger's face was hard to read. Look, 6 loadouts means he's fast. My 50k kit just can't keep up. At least you lot, why the rush? On the other side, Chinbinka had entered the station too. Nearly the same cut-in timing as Chun-Li. The one difference, she moved much slower. Her total kit was 100,000 yuan, Black Flash, regular sorcery, and cursed energy, plus a cursed tool sword. She was a sword player across many dungeons. Using forum-leaked footage, she'd assessed Gojo Satoru, and watched him clear transfigured humans in 1 minute flat. Terrifying. But the more terrifying the Guardian, the larger the prize it guarded. Only the most expensive loot gets a Guardian this dangerous. She wasn't alone. Other professional gold diggers were cutting in simultaneously, sorcerers and spirits alike, better equipped, sharper than average. These were the real professionals. Superplayer one-shots curses, 10 million big red appears in Shibuya. A white-hot post ignited the forum. Chinbinka had enabled auto-alert for trending threads, so the notification hit her mid-sprint through the tunnels. She stopped dead when she read it. The video showed Chun-Li teleporting through Ghetto's defenses in a handful of moves, dismantling the Mun who'd just casually deleted hundreds of players, and then she saw it. A big red item worth 65 million yuan. A dungeon like this and something like that existed in it. Greed flashed in Chinbinka's eyes. Then clarity returned. She wanted that 65 million. But based on what she'd watched, she wouldn't survive a single exchange with Chun-Li. What was this man? How did he know this dungeon's secrets? How many times had he been in and out to understand this world so deeply? Could 150,000 yuan of equipment actually produce what she'd seen in that video? Around her, numerous professional gold diggers were asking themselves the same questions. But their choices diverged sharply. Those with confidence in their own loadouts and skill pushed forward, heading for the central battlefield to challenge Chun-Li and contest the big red item. Those without confidence chose to wait, or ran to stake out the evacuation points, setting up ambushes at multiple subway exits, ready to intercept Chun-Li on the way out. Big red items went to those strong enough to keep them. Being first to touch it didn't mean being the one who walked out with it. Tokyo Broadcasting System reporting, the Hanzamon line has suspended service for undisclosed reasons. A magnitude 5 earthquake has struck Shibuya Ward, with noticeable shaking. Citizens inside and outside the area are advised to take precautions. On the train heading out of the city, Kyoko sat motionless watching the news. Yosuke slept curled up beside her. He wasn't lying. Shibuya really is going under. 7 Nami-sensei. Gojo-sensei has been sealed. He's in the subway station. High above the city, Itadori Yuji bellowed like a human emergency siren. Using cursed energy, his voice carried for several miles. Nanami Kenta was on patrol, about to clock out. He tugged at his pattern tie and quietly exhaled. He really, truly hated overtime. But with Gojo sealed, the situation had escalated to something unimaginable. And so, as always, the veterans would have to be the ones to shelter the younger generation from the storm. He broke into a sprint. Sorcerers from across Tokyo converged on Shibuya. The swarms of curses Geto had released, joined by local spirits, began tearing through Shibuya unrestricted. The newly arrived players were speechless. Who could have imagined a city that had been perfectly calm the day before could explode into an event like this overnight? The total number of cursed spirits players had caught on film over the past month had nothing on the number appearing on any single street corner tonight. This was the Shibuya incident. Chapter 15, Speedrun 2106 characters July 28, 2025 Shibuya had become a human hell. Not just the subway. With Gojo's suppressive presence lifted, curses flooded the streets, killing at random. They were born of human fear and malice, chaotic by nature. Under flashing neon, blood fountained upward. Misshapen spirits clambered into harbors and shopping centers. Ordinary people couldn't see them, but the curses could absolutely hurt ordinary people. Itadori Yuji leapt onto a billboard and punched a green curse apart, then dropped and sprinted before the dark blood had even begun to spray. He had to link up with Nanami-sensei and free Gojo-sensei. If Gojo could break the seal, everything would be okay. Megumi, you're here. At an intersection, Itadori ran straight into Fushiguro Megumi, who'd heard the commotion and come to help. A concrete pillar dropped from above. Both jumped back instinctively, looking up. A shirtless man with thick body hair and a mustache was standing on it, looking down at them with a slightly oily expression. Well, aren't you two just about to? He never finished the sentence. A blue-black figure appeared behind him without warning. A double-fisted clap landed on both his ears simultaneously. The strike, one light, one heavy, punched straight through the upper threshold of non-standard form transformation's damage absorption, and sent the man flying with a single blow. That was the first threat your son faced tonight. He's dead now. Standing in place of the mustached man, on top of the pillar, Chun-Li looked down at the completely bewildered Itadori and Megumi, offered a brief smile, then vanished. Who was that? Itadori couldn't help asking. Never seen him. Probably a sorcerer from another region. Come on, Gojo-sensei is still waiting for us. Megumi found Chun-Li oddly familiar, but now wasn't the time for questions. Standing on a building nearby, Chun-Li asked the internal Toji with mild curiosity, your son is right there. You're not going to acknowledge him? At least let him know it was you who saved him. The right half of the face shifted. That perpetually arrogant man let a tiny trace of loneliness show. I'm already dead. Dead works out perfectly. Dead and gone wipes the slate clean. Tell him now and he'll spend the rest of his life remembering you fondly. Might even erect a memorial for you. Chun-Li shrugged. Toji was just stubborn. He was clearly thrilled to see his son had kept the Fushiguro name, and yet he couldn't bring himself to say a word. Even now, summoned and given a chance to act, he'd only agreed once saving his son was on the table. East Asian men. Stubbornness taken to championship levels. Stop talking. Where's the next threat? Toji was slightly irritated by Chun-Li's commentary. What did someone who'd never lived his life know about it? Chun-Li said nothing more. He moved like a nimble ape across the high-rises, a single jump clearing hundreds of meters of building gaps, keeping pace with Megumi with ease. How are you going to lose track of him, Fiend Tiger? That's embarrassing. Right, get up. Hop on bus 35, transfer to the subway twice, take line 4 to a stop called AAA Pig Feed Wholesale Market, get that pig, and go eat slop there. I'm different. I'm not like those heartless comments. Fiend Tiger, you're a coin, bro. The Imperial Fiend Tiger was at a loss. He wanted to follow Chun-Li too, but after the Toji summoning, the man had moved at actual light speed. One blink and he was gone. What was he supposed to do? A cluster of misshapen spirits suddenly appeared around the corner of the station stairs. In their midst stood a blue-haired, stitched-faced figure with a cheerful smile, addressing Fiend Tiger. Fiend Tiger felt his blood go cold. The stitched face had been right around the corner, and was now directly in front of him. "I'm dead," Fiend Tiger muttered. He recognized this one. The forum had been buzzing about him for ages. Mahito, the curse born of humanity's fear of human beings itself. Special grade. Technique, idol transfiguration. The misshapen spirits clustered around him had all been humans before. One touch from Mahito meant certain death. Mahito stretched out his hand with a deranged grin, reaching toward Fiend Tiger's body. A furious shout came from behind Fiend Tiger, full of adolescent heat. A boulder-sized fist drove into Mahito's face, sending several teeth flying. Mahito was still smiling. "Itadori Yuji, so we meet again. I never properly thanked you, you were the one who showed me how to unlock domain expansion." Still laughing despite his broken mouth, Mahito pressed both palms together, fingers pointing at Megumi who'd just landed. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. Countless black arms erupted from Mahito's body, forming an enclosed sphere, trying to drag Megumi inside and consume him. Domain expansion, the supreme stage of any sorcerer or spirit's technique, reaching its absolute limits. An ultimate move capable of insta-kill. In the deep-sea game system, among the most expensive techniques available. But Chun-Li, no, Toji Fushiguro, Megumi's father, had arrived. "Here's this guy. And in a moment there'll be one with colorful stripes on his face. Kill those two and your son is safe. I'll rest a bit. You cover this one. Give me back control after Megumi is secured." Chun-Li handed over physical control. He'd made a promise, after all. A father saving his son, a good deed, at no real cost. The moment Toji had the body, he twisted his neck and loosened his joints. Before self-embodiment of perfection had fully closed, Toji slipped through the gap, moving at a speed beyond visual tracking, right up to Mahito. The fingers executing the technique were snapped backward. In shock, Mahito tried to use idol transfiguration to alter Toji's soul. The sleeping Chun-Li let out a quiet laugh. Heavenly restriction locked body and soul in a seamless fusion, like HP and MP merged into one. Idol transfiguration, to alter Toji's soul, would first have to alter his physical body. Good luck with that. Mahito's technique failed. The smile left his face entirely. He tried to run. Toji caught him by the blue hair, and began slamming him into the ground repeatedly, like the Hulk smashing Loki. Not lethal. Just extraordinarily, profoundly humiliating. Mahito was truly terrified now. This man was not a type he could handle at this stage of his existence. He shed his outer layer, shrinking down, and tried to slip away through the sewer drain. Itadori had it covered, blocking the drain, his fists charged with off-the-chart cursed energy, even bleeding black-red sparks of black flash. "This punch is for my friend, Junpei." Black flash landed as a critical hit. Special grade Cursed Spirit Mahito, exorcised. Chapter 16, Accelerating. 2052 characters. July 29, 2025. Nanami Kento hated overtime. He walked calmly into the subway station, wrapped his pattern tie around his forearm, and looked at the person blocking his way. A figure who was neither distinctly male nor female, 3 colored cursed patterns floating on their face. He didn't know what the patterns meant. But beside them, his own students lay in a pool of blood. All he knew was, this meant more overtime. The adult veins on the back of his hand rose. He grabbed Haruta Shigemo by his bleached yellow hair, and jerked his head up, forcing him to look directly up into his shadow. "Tell me your group's numbers. And positions." I don't know. One punch. Bearing Nanami's technique ratio technique, the strike sent Haruta flying 10 meters. Tell me your group's numbers and positions. Nanami closed in, dragging the scrambling Haruta. I really don't know. Second punch. Another mark of stored wrath knocked off Haruta's face. Is this the one you said would kill my son? Toji stood on a ceiling beam, watching the one-sided brutality below, slightly confused. That's him. He works by ambush. Dead now, so that's fine. Go kill the last two specials, and your son is totally safe. Chun-Li goaded Toji into action. He'd checked Mahito's spirit ball earlier, 750,000 yuan value. If it's worth it, the remaining two specials are absolutely worth chasing. As long as Megumi is okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Maybe Chun-Li's soul had rubbed off on him. Toji let down his guard for a rare, honest moment. Chun-Li blinked, then spoke. After you kill those two, don't forget to pick up the spirit balls. More importantly, don't forget to say a proper goodbye to your son. Will you leave? Can't you pass Megumi over to me as a son? Toji didn't fully follow. I'll leave. If you want Megumi to be my son, I have no objection. But first he'd have to be able to recognize me. Recognize you? Your world is a game. Everyone's life is just a chess piece that can be moved at any time. Deep-sea games had no speech restrictions. Chun-Li stated the game's essential nature directly. Is that so? Miserable, joyful, courageous, cowardly lives, all just a game. Toji curved his mouth upward slightly, and snatched back from the just-arrived Zenin Maki accursed tool that was rightfully his in the first place, Playful Cloud. Playful Cloud was a 3-section staff. With this weapon, Toji could deal full damage to cursed spirits. I want my game to end without regrets. Saying so, Toji spun a flourish with the staff and looked toward the shadows where Dagon, the deep-sea cursed spirit, was approaching. In the station, Dagon, having just crawled up from underground, wriggled briefly as a small octopus, then retched. Over 1,000 human skulls spilled out. It had killed many humans. Eaten more. Careful, that's a special grade. Nanami, mid-brutalization of Haruta, noticed Dagon, then noticed Toji. He couldn't hold back the warning to this reckless young man. Ignoring the scattered skulls, Toji leapt, Playful Cloud spinning with ferocious energy. Domain expansion, horizon of the captivating Skunda. Facing Toji's aggressive charge, Dagon opened its domain immediately. It had just passed Jogo, who warned it to watch out for a man in a blue-black police jacket. Blue waterweeds drifted past. A deep-sea octopus surfaced in the black water. Anyone with thalassophobia would have an asthma attack on the spot. Toji was completely unbothered. He swam faster than he could run on land. His Playful Cloud spun like an electric fan. Is this still human? Dagon's simple mind couldn't process Toji. It called out for stronger deep-sea creatures. A colossal squid was swallowed in one bite by an even larger giant isopod behind it. The massive mandibles, slick with blood, targeted Toji. A clean, distinct sound rang strangely in the deep sea. Dagon felt it. Its red tentacles rippled, sensing something unusual. The blue-black police jacket came off, revealing the man's powerful physique. One effortless leap and Toji broke the surface. Dagon followed to intercept, but was slapped back to the seabed by Playful Cloud. The rising figure blocked out the sun. Toji extended his body fully in the air, then dove beneath the surface with perfect form. Below the water, impact. Then bubbling. Then purple blood floating to the surface. Then the ocean itself dissolved. Dagon, exorcised. Dagon Cursed Spirit Ball, rare cursed spirit representing humanity's fear of the ocean. Value, 700,000 yuan. A good stuff. Chun-Li reclaimed the body, wiped the spirit ball off, then tucked it into one of Prison Realm's eyeballs. Having Prison Realm was like having a bonus small backpack. All the loot from this run could be packed up and carried out together. Dagon's death dissolved the domain. Chunlai shook the water off himself, loosened his waistband, and let the water run down. Jogo must have gotten away. Chunlai traded brief words with Nanami, who'd just finished with Haruta, and gotten an update from other sorcerers on the station situation. That's fine, Hall is already more than enough. Can I have your pattern tie? I want it. Chunlai glanced at Nanami, and found the only thing of value on him was the tie still wrapped around his hand. Worth 8,000 yuan. Nanami blinked, then immediately unwound it and handed it over. You saved me. You saved a lot of people. Consider this a thank you gift. Chunlai took it naturally. Every bit counted. 7 Nami-sensei. Megumi and Itadori came running to regroup, slightly winded from sprinting. Both noticed Chunlai. Megumi in particular had a flicker of puzzled expression. This man always gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Fushiguro. Chunlai extended a hand, smiling. Megumi frowned. Only close classmates called him Fushiguro or Megumi. Who was this stranger? Come be my son. Chunlai said it with mild amusement. You're insane. Megumi refused outright. You'll regret this. Chunlai laughed and summoned Toji from inside. The right half of the face changed expression, right in front of Megumi, shifting into one very familiar to him. Downturned mouth. Eyes looking down at everything. That specific quality of not taking the world seriously. What do you say now, Fushiguro? Want to be my son? Megumi stared at that right half of the face. He should have figured it out sooner. Who else but that man would go out of their way to protect two Jujutsu High students? Chapter 17, Camping the Exit 2051 Characters July 29, 2025 Toji Fushiguro gave his son a hug in the end. A hand on the head, a rare gesture of encouragement. Then he returned control of the body to Chunlai. After being killed by Gojo, Toji had thought about many things in whatever afterlife awaited him. He'd come to realize how twisted his life had been, longing for his child while never once showing it. Chunlai's summoning had given him a chance to make something right. A hand on the head. That was all he could offer. More than that, asking this kind of man to kiss his son on the cheek. Toji thought this and let himself settle, eyes closing. Chunlai took over the body and facing two anime characters, didn't have much left to say. He simply warned Megumi once, unless absolutely necessary, don't summon Maharaga. That thing is too dangerous. You can't control it. All right then. I'll be heading out. See you around. A wave of the hand, and Chunlai vanished from the station at near teleportation speed. Time to evacuate. Total loot value exceeding 68 million yuan. What was he waiting for? He'd originally wanted to deal with Jogo and Sukuna, but since Jogo had fled and Sukuna hadn't consumed enough fingers to escalate, that was fine. This world wasn't going anywhere. Whenever a new major event appeared, he'd come back for another round. Pockets stuffed with loot, Chunlai sprinted through Shibuya's streets. The curses appearing on both sides he didn't even glance at. This was a game world. The main quest line was complete. Time to cash out. Wei Long. Great Heavenly Dragon. Fiend Tiger, tied to the top of the Tokyo Broadcasting System tower, was broadcasting like a human loudspeaker. Damn, nearly forgot his cut. Chunlai slapped his forehead, shifted direction, and ran up the vertical wall face. At the tower top, 3 misshapen cursed spirit players watched Chunlai coming up, inhuman eyes glinting with layered greed. They knew. The prison realm, 65 million yuan, the unique item, was in this man's hands. It's not the 65 million yuan that matters. It's the unique property. A black sheep-shaped spirit spoke. Its 2 companions nodded in unison without prompting. Unique is the key. A newly opened dungeon producing a unique tagged loot drop, that's something else. Get that item and Deep Sea Company will definitely approach us to sign a contract. The chance to become top 100 is right in front of us. I have to consider whether this is my only chance in this lifetime to become a deep sea professor. 3 spirit players raving in the dark, each running the calculation they'd prepared since entry. The moment Chun-Li got up here, they'd end him for certain. Guys, have you even read the forum posts? Fiend Tiger, still tied up, had completely lost it. These 3 were the classic, old guard, gold digger type, out of touch with reality, convinced of their own greatness, certain they'd make a name for themselves in deep sea games. If they'd spent 5 minutes on the analysis thread about Great Heavenly Dragon's combat performance, these 3 idiots wouldn't dream of ambushing him. A dark shape swept across the night sky like an owl. 3 spirits vanished from existence. Loot dropped on the ground. 3 beautiful spirit balls. Are deep sea players actually this dumb? Chun-Li untied Fiend Tiger as he spoke. Not all of them. The old guard is like this. Normal players are nothing like it. Freed, Fiend Tiger straightened up with a smirk, then immediately began bowing repeatedly to Chun-Li. Even this newbie player, if he'd been anyone else, would have evacuated as soon as he had 60 million in loot. Nobody would have stayed to check on a friend. Would Fiend Tiger call Chun-Li a friend? Fiend Tiger could only say, he did. Wei Long, there are several evacuation points. The Shibuya Maid Cafe, Ikebukuro Silver Dome, and a restroom at the foot of MT. Where are you thinking of going? The Maid Cafe is definitely off the table. 23,000 active players, and half of them are probably camped there waiting for you. Even as strong as you are, you'd get KO'd by the sheer numbers. Maybe go for Fuji. Fiend Tiger talked through it himself. Beside him, Chun-Li hadn't managed to get a word in. His rambling did remind Chun-Li of something, though. He checked the current active player count. Shibuya Incident players, 25,086. Chun-Li's brow tightened. He pulled up the Deep Sea Forum. Ikebukuro Silver Dome, intercept the 60M Big Red. Come if you dare. Hot, MT Fuji Footpath, cherry blossoms blooming, 1/ and the big red drops, sign up now. Hot, can people at the Maid Cafe please stop setting off techniques at random? We've lost several friendlies already. Save your abilities for Great Heavenly Dragon. Cold sweat. In the time it took to say a few words, the player count had jumped from 23,000 to 25,000. And every single one of them had dropped the pretense, they were camped at the evacuation points waiting for him. This was a problem. Toji's body was powerful but not infinitely so. 25,000 active players meant over 1,000 cursed spirits and 1,000 sorcerers. Even if they were all pigs, catching 1,000 pigs would take 3 days. Chun-Li's composure wobbled. This was deep sea games in its purest form, cordial in the early game, mutual sabotage mid-game, bare blades by the end. Let's go through Fuji. That one has the fewest registered campers. Fiend Tiger nodded. Chun-Li started moving, then stopped. He looked at Fiend Tiger. Is your stream still running? Fiend Tiger's face went blank. Force of habit. By this point, Fiend Tiger's stream comments were already boiling. Exclusive live intel, 65 million evacuating through MT, don't you move, I'm hauling from Ikebukuro to Fuji right now, you wait for me. Chun-Li looked at the comments, face blank. These players genuinely wanted to rob him blind. He checked the player count again, now at 27,000. Stall any longer and each evacuation point would have 10,000 players. Turn off the stream. Follow me. Chun-Li's instruction was one way. Fiend Tiger had no choice but to comply. He'd made enough off these 2 days. Even at a 70/30th split, he'd covered his entry costs several times over. And the big red on Chun-Li was the real story. Let's move. Chun-Li scooped up Fiend Tiger under one arm, and launched off the building like a bird bound for freedom, heading straight for Ikebukuro district. There over 7,000 cursed spirits and sorcerers had cleared out the entire district, pushed out the Tokyo police and every local faction, and sat waiting, in perfect stillness, for great heavenly dragon to deliver himself to them. Chapter 18. Evacuation 2041 Characters July 30, 2025 Ikebukuro, one of Tokyo's celebrated commercial and tourism districts, alongside Ginza, Shibuya, Shinjuku, and Asakusa. Under normal circumstances, its nights blazed with neon and choked with traffic. Right now it was the opposite. Lights flickered, but those were muzzle flashes. The streets ran with vehicles, but those were player-commandeered dump trucks. Deep-sea games placed no limits on a player's creative freedom. With enough ingenuity, a player could flatten Tokyo with a nuclear warhead if they really tried. Chun-Li stood atop a high-rise, surveying nearly paralyzed Ikebukuro. With his powerful eyes, he could see the dense clusters of players massing on Ikebukuro Silver Dome's platform. He felt his composure cracking slightly. Bro, has a big red loot ever dropped before? Is it always like this? Chun-Li asked Fiend Tiger, still tucked under his arm. The dungeon's active player count had hit 32,000. A large number, realizing Chun-Li wasn't heading to Fuji, or the Maid Cafe, had converged on Ikebukuro. Spirits and sorcerers moved like a night parade of 100 demons through all of Greater Tokyo. The military couldn't handle it, their weapons and armored vehicles had simply been taken. Men, now I truly believe you're a newbie. The stream-off Fiend Tiger had relaxed into a more natural mode, and was speaking frankly. I can't see your total value, but a single big red unique item alone is enough to draw in every player dreaming of becoming a deep-sea professor. 65 million yuan, walk out with it, willing to sell, price could double. Deep-sea games have layers. You'll figure them out. Fiend Tiger finished and went back to fiddling with his technique. He had no plans to betray Chun-Li, but nothing he could offer would change what was coming either. Chun-Li processed it, felt slightly dizzy by it all, but had no time to sit with it. The only thing that mattered, get Prison Realm out. Cursed spirit players were just the first line of defense. Ikebukuro Silver Dome, the supercommercial complex's elevated platform, was the real problem. Players had set up every kind of firearm on it, with countless techniques charged and ready, simply waiting for Chun-Li to present himself. Several peace mode players below were shouting and filming, recording everything happening in Ikebukuro for the forum's live coverage. The final winner of this major event had everyone's eyes on them. Evacuate today and Chun-Li takes everything. Fail to evacuate today, tomorrow, the day after, until he went missing, the supplies at the evacuation points would only accumulate, until it became an impenetrable net. So he couldn't wait. He had to leave tonight. Which meant there was only one play left. Mind made up, Chun-Li dragged Fiend Tiger back, found cover on the roof of a tall insurance company building, and waited for an opportunity. Half an hour later, a group of players flying a helicopter passed overhead. Chun-Li lunged, shoved the pilot Mamba overboard, cleared the rear cabin of every other player, then had Fiend Tiger take the controls, heading straight for the Silver Dome. Mamba down, Mamba down. Great Heavenly Dragon is heading for Ikebukuro. Hold the line. Chinbinka stood on the Silver Dome's second level, watching the helicopter cut through the night sky. She was speechless. Sure enough, dozens of colored techniques, and a hail of bullets began flying toward the helicopter the moment it came within a few hundred meters. Chun-Li didn't hesitate, grabbed Fiend Tiger and jumped ship. Eat this. Mid-air, Chun-Li shoved a spirit ball into Fiend Tiger's hand. Mojito Cursed Spirit Ball, precious, slight where cursed spirit born of human fear of humans. Has grown to the domain expansion stage, usable as replacement equipment. Value, 800,000 yuan. Fiend Tiger blinked. Something this expensive for me? No questions. The spirit ball went down. Fiend Tiger's form shifted from his original body into Mojito's shape, inheriting his complete power. Find someone on the Silver Dome, and open a domain expansion around us. Small range. Chunlai watched the lethal attacks closing in, sweat barely forming on his brow. He didn't know for certain this would work. But it was the best emergency play he'd come up with. Fiend Tiger had just received 800,000 yuan from Chunlai out of nowhere. He felt some sense of obligation. Chunlai seemed like a decent person. Partner up on future runs for potentially bigger gains, selling him out wasn't worth it. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. Black arms extended outward, instantly sweeping away all incoming techniques and bullets. This was Mahito's domain, extremely robust, compact type. And Fiend Tiger's chosen expansion target was the second-level Qingbinka. All the roaring sounds outside vanished. On the silver dome, only a massive black sphere remained. Inside, Chunlai, Fiend Tiger and Qingbinka. Chunlai stood on the platform, exhaled, and selected evacuation. Evacuating from Ikebukuro Silver Dome in 10 seconds. Impressive. Your knowledge of this dungeon was greater than I expected. I'm looking forward to meeting you properly at Deep Sea University. By then you should have a settled ability. See you around. We'll cross paths at other major events. The beautiful player with ID Ice Coke addressed Chunlai for a few moments, then evacuated directly from the Shibuya incident. She wasn't stupid. In a straight fight, she'd be dropped in one move. If she'd had 10,000 players at her back, she'd have acted. But right now it was 1v1. So, leave cleanly. Make a good impression. Potential future collaboration. About this mojito ball, let me give it back, call it your payment. I went in with a heavenly restriction build, no use for a spirit ball. You did me no small favor. Add me on the friend list when we're out. I may need you again. Chunlai waved him off. 3 seconds remained on the countdown, then the domain dispersed, Chunlai and Fiend Tiger vanished from the platform, evacuating with Prison Realm and a mountain of top-tier loot. The players outside who had been hacking, slashing, and pulling every technique they had against the domain could only watch in disbelief as Chunlai and Fiend Tiger disappeared with it all. Tens of thousands of people, and they couldn't stop a single newcomer player. Interesting. He'll be showing up at the Vinegar Academy too. We'll see him again. Our read on this dungeon's strength and source is almost complete. Demonic power interacts well with fantasy-type abilities. Might send students majoring in fantasy here, see if they can pull a unique tagged item. In the dungeon Chainsawman, 2 players, 1 male, 1 female, lay in bed watching the mass siege of Chunlai on their screen, and spoke these quiet words. Chapter 19, Settlement. 2026 characters, July 30, 2025. After successfully evacuating, Chunlai felt a heaviness settle over his body all at once. Heavenly restriction plus the Toji summoning overlay had been overwhelmingly powerful, to the point where Chunlai had genuinely started to believe he was unstoppable. Coming back down from Superman to ordinary person brought a familiar kind of deflation. But losing power, while unfortunate, was fine. Making money and paying off debts was what mattered. After all, a virtual world's power, however great, was fake. Real-world money was real. Evacuation successful. Loot settlement, Hanami Spirit Ball precious, Dagon Spirit Ball precious, Nanami Kento's pattern tie common. Unique loot, Prison Realm unique, open, total value, 77,658,000 yuan. Would you like to select a unique item and retain its talent? The settlement screen drifted up from the vortex and hovered in front of him. Beside it, the red Prison Realm, heaps of spirit balls, all arranged in coral beds as a deep-sea scene. Nice presentation. Chunlai rubbed his chin. Everything else was straightforward. Nearly 80 million in one run made sense. But this select unique item and retain talent prompt, what did that mean? He wanted to check the forum, but the settlement screen wouldn't let him access it. He tried to leave the vortex with his loot, but found he couldn't exit until he resolved the settlement. Cornering me into a choice, huh? Chunlai said nothing for a moment. He couldn't find a quick answer by looking at coral and fish. Retain it, fine. I'll retain it. I have no idea what use it is, but sure. The instant he selected retain, the ocean of loot dissolved, every item flowing into the red prison realm. Prison realm was opened. Gojo Satoru was released. More precisely, it wasn't Gojo who was released, it was the Six Eyes. Those jewel-like eyes, vivid as colored glass, made a circuit of the space, then drove themselves directly into Chun-Li's eye sockets. He felt a sharp pain. When he opened his eyes again, the entire world had changed. Every detail on the coral was razor-sharp. He could, if he focused, see through it. Normally the human, I had a significant blind spot at the back. Not anymore. He had no blind zones at all. It was as if he were watching himself from a god's eye perspective. Six eyes, eyes that appear only once every few centuries in the jujitsu world. The unique force of the sorcery world. The player who inherits this talent. Chun-Li caught the description as it flashed past, especially that last line about what happened to the player who inherited it. Would what happen? The rest of it. The information didn't care. It appeared and disappeared without waiting for him. Fine, didn't read it. Anyway, I still have plenty of other loot, all of which I can. Chun-Li turned to look at the coral. Six Eyes penetration activated automatically. He looked through the surface straight to the hollow inside. Where's my money? Chun-Li's blood ran cold. He walked up and reached in. All the loot inside had vanished. Nothing left but one Nanami Kento's pattern tie. Nearly 80 million yuan worth of loot. Now reduced to 8,000. The sky fell. If I'd known, I never would have retained the talent, I'd have just sold everything straight. Chun-Li held a ruined expression. Then a hand appeared from inside the massive coral. Haven't left yet. A man in a black t-shirt and white trousers squeezed himself out. He pointed at Chun-Li with one finger, then covered his mouth with the other hand to catch a yawn. Chun-Li froze. How was Toji here? Toji was equally surprised after his yawn. He spotted the six eyes in Chun-Li's sockets, weren't those Gojo's? How was there a second pair? The next second, Toji crossed over to Chun-Li's side and touched his shoulder. His expression grew even stranger. Kid, you've got enough secrets to interest even me. This weird underwater world aside, you somehow carry both heavenly restriction and six eyes at once. That's unprecedented. And it's not exactly good news. Six Eyes needs cursed energy to reach its full potential. But heavenly restriction doesn't allow you to have cursed energy, makes no sense. I still have heavenly restriction. Chun-Li was increasingly bewildered. Why wouldn't you? The pressure at this depth would have crushed an ordinary person long ago. Toji snorted. Chun-Li said nothing. He didn't understand the current situation at all. But since things had come to this, he sold the tie. Deep Sea Company's buyback was instant. 8,000 yuan deposited. Dream of overnight wealth, gone. Debt, unpayable. Body, now hosting both six eyes and heavenly restriction, which conflicted with each other. I want to leave the game. Chun-Li said it with complete blankness. Logging out of Great Vortex the next second, under Toji's bewildered gaze, Chun-Li vanished from the deep sea. Everything receded, then clarified. Chun-Li surfaced. Before him, a pair of ladies' black flats. And the cluttered decorations of a small flat. The original body's mother stood directly in front of him, face lined with grief. You went and played that deep sea game again. Day after day, graduated and won't find a job, just plays games. Plays games. Can games even make money? Besides turning your eyes funny colors, what do games give you? You promised, said you'd never play again, said you'd go find work, and now? Where is the work? Chun-Li's mother, Chun Fong, had lived a difficult life. Raising a child who only knew how to take out loans, play games, and fantasize about becoming a professional gold digger was difficult multiplied by difficult. Hearing his mother's tirade, Chun-Li said nothing. He climbed out of the fish tank, reached for a towel, then found that aside from a slight dampness, there wasn't a drop of water on his body. He dressed quickly and found Chen Fong had already retreated to the kitchen to make food. He stepped into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. His eyes had visibly changed. The brown irises he'd always had were now a pale blue, faintly suggesting the early stages of the six eyes. Did retain talent mean retaining it into the real world? A possibility, unexpected, yet somehow inevitable, formed in his mind. He'd thought of this as a reasonably realistic game. Now it was being real with him in reality. If that's the case, then that's wonderful. Chun-Li touched the pale blue glassy eyes reflected in the mirror. A quiet smile spread across his face. If real-world powers could be inherited from the game, what was there to fear from a little debt? The one who holds power will always outrank the one who merely holds money. What debt? I earned that debt. Chapter 20, Six Eyes, Youth Edition 2148 characters July 31, 2025. In the bathroom, Chun-Li attempted to recreate the Six Eyes' various abilities from the game world, the penetrating vision, the God's eye perspective, the razor-fine observational acuity. Every attempt failed. His eyesight had notably improved, but the penetration and God's eye perspective were gone. As for the granular level detail perception, not even close. What's the point of giving me the real thing in the game, and a youth edition in reality? What kind of scam is this? Chun-Li cursed quietly and was about to punch the mirror, then two quiet knocks came at the door. Food's ready. He splashed water on his face, didn't dry it, and walked out. On the table were several takeaway boxes. Chen Fong always brought back food from the hotel where she worked, and warming it up was enough for a meal. Chopsticks set down before the bowl. Chen Fong didn't lecture further. Neither did Chun-Li. Chopsticks rose and fell. The dishes emptied faster than Chen Fong had ever seen. She stared in silent amazement. Normally after every game session Chun-Li came out completely drained, barely able to eat. This time he'd cleared 3 days' worth of food in one sitting. When had her son developed an appetite like this? Is there more? Bowl empty, Chun-Li only felt hungrier. His originally weak body felt like it was gradually being filled in, power coalescing, building. Right, if Six Eyes came through to this world, there's no reason heavenly restriction didn't. Eating away, Chun-Li noticed his mother watching him with a curious expression. Let me get you another bowl. What happened to your eyes? Why did they change color? Chen Fong set the rice cooker on the table and asked. Chun-Li blinked. They changed. Yes, just now they were blue. Now they're back to brown. Have you damaged your eyes playing games? Chen Fong's concern was growing. Bowl in mouth, Chun-Li immediately bolted for the bathroom mirror. Sure enough. The pale blue was gone. His eyes had returned to their original brown. So had his vision. The six eyes and heavenly restriction really do conflict in this world too. And it's showing in the real world. When six eyes is dominant, heavenly restriction is suppressed. When heavenly restriction strengthens, six eyes recede. Chun-Li was mildly incredulous. This conflict had never appeared in the manga. Two powers like these had simply never been housed in the same person. It was physically impossible. This particular bug existed only because Chun-Li had accidentally inherited both. Chen Fong appeared in the bathroom doorway, quietly worried. Are you all right? Should we go to the hospital? And please stop playing this game. I always said it was cursed, that it would ruin people. Chun-Li opened the door and shook his head. It's fine, Mom. This isn't a disease. It would take too long to explain. He'd started to explain it but gave up. Chen Fong didn't play deep-sea games. She was older, slower to adapt to new things. She had no way of understanding what was happening to her son. Even Chun-Li himself hadn't fully figured out his own condition. How was he supposed to explain it to her? After dinner, Chun-Li prepared to log back into the deep-sea game to ask around. He'd been going to add Fiend Tiger before, but logged out too fast and forgot. And that pretty woman who'd appeared during the evacuation had said something he hadn't quite caught. Deep-sea games were full of systems and layers. He knew far too little. He needed new contacts. "You're going to play games again." Chen Fong watched her son strip off his shirt and felt a familiar despair. Chun-Li looked back at his mother, transferred the 8,000 yuan from selling Nanami's tie to her account, and left one sentence, "Mom, stop worrying. This is money I earned in the dungeon over the last few days. And I split some streaming revenue with a friend too. When I get back this time, I'll clear all the debts." He dove back into the deep-sea fish tank. Awareness faded. Eyes opened, same iceberg, same welcoming flow. Behind the iceberg, the same penguin island, endless and teeming. A seagull flew in and dropped a cod at his feet. The cod had words carved into it: "The auditorium's absolute Fiend Tiger requests to add you as a friend." He said it aloud. The seagull stood there. The cod sat there. The friend request didn't go through. Chun-Li understood. He swallowed the cod. The friend request accepted instantly. A penguin descended from the sky. A king descends. Fury and ferocity. The middle schooler energy of Fiend Tiger's entrance was unchanged. He landed, struck that pose, and delivered his line. "Drop the attitude. I have a question." "Ask away, I'll tell you everything." "Oh right, the revenue split from the stream. I'll transfer it now." Before Chun-Li could even open his mouth, a trade window appeared. "The auditorium's absolute Fiend Tiger sends you 140,000 Q coins." Fiend Tiger waved it off. "Penguins use Q coins. You'd prefer actual gold and silver. 1-to-1 exchange rate. Just take it." Chun-Li confirmed. Account, 140,000 yuan credited. That was still short of paying off the debt but manageable. As long as deep-sea games existed, as long as he knew more major events were coming, he could dig out unlimited money. "My question, do you know what talent retention actually means?" Chun-Li asked. He'd checked the forum beforehand and found nothing. Talent retention. Fiend Tiger considered. "Is that the option you get when you evacuate with a unique tag Big Red?" "I don't know." Chun-Li said blankly. This was his first deep-sea run. He had no idea how post-evacuation mechanics worked. Doesn't matter. Like Ice Coke said, all your questions can be answered at Deep Sea University. I already have a degree. Why are you so difficult to talk to?" Fiend Tiger had given up. He'd discovered this newcomer understood absolutely nothing, lacked even basic common sense. Deep Sea University is not a university. It's a vocational training institute set up by Deep Sea Company specifically to bridge the gap between deep sea games and graduate employment. It has two major divisions, Vinegar Academy and Dumpling Academy. I don't know the details. I've never gotten into Deep Sea University. Only the absolute top tier make it in. Does a games addict count as top tier? Chun-Li asked, self-deprecating. Fiend Tiger stared at Chun-Li like he was an exotic specimen. It's already 2050. How are you as mentally stuck as a zombie? A gamer being top tier, why wouldn't that be the case? If you can actually pull a gold or red item out of a game, then yes, you are absolutely a top-tier talent. Which is why I'm so jealous of people like you. No connections, no experience, walk into a game and immediately pull Big Red. Chapter 21, Deep Sea University Acceptance Letter 2137 characters July 31, 2025. Before Chun-Li could get more details out of Fiend Tiger, another cod dropped from the sky. This one was entirely gold, completely unlike the earlier friend request cod. Here comes the life-changing meal. Fiend Tiger watched the golden cod descend and gave a knowing remark. Penguins from all around noticed the golden cod and waddled over to crowd around. Holy, an acceptance letter. How long has it been since I've seen a golden cod? A yellow-banged penguin pushed its fringe aside and exclaimed dramatically. Last time I saw a golden cod was last time. A bespectacled penguin pushed up its glasses. Tell us something we don't know. Bro, open it fast, which academy accepted you? The penguins pressed in closer, staring at the cod like they wanted to eat it themselves, waiting for him to consume it and tell them what flavor it was. You all already know what this is. Chun-Li was mildly exasperated. These spectators knew more than the intended recipient. Stop stalling, it's either Vinegar Academy or Dumpling Academy from Deep Sea University. Eat it and you'll know. The surrounding penguins were losing patience, and the looks they directed at Chun-Li were turning hostile. Chun-Li had no real choice. He picked up the lively, wriggling golden cod and swallowed it in front of the assembled crowd. What flavor? Fiend Tiger crowded in closest. Chun-Li let out a small burp. The golden cod had left a peculiar aftertaste, sour and cooling. The surrounding penguins sniffed the burp and arrived at the obvious conclusion, Vinegar Academy. Congratulations, Mun. You've made it in games. Sigh, when will I pull something great out of a vortex and get a Deep Sea University acceptance letter? If that could happen, I'd be willing to give up everything for it. Fish in one bite, that's the way. The penguins offered brief reflections and dispersed. Only Fiend Tiger remained. But Chun-Li was already in no state to talk to him. He saw a golden gate swing open before him, blazing light, almost enough to blind. Congratulations on being accepted into Deep Sea University. Vinegar Academy. Deep Sea University is an online institution set up by our company specifically to bridge deep sea games and student career placement. Vinegar Academy is the most core division of Deep Sea University. It trains only the most outstanding deep sea players. Here you can meet kindred spirits, join different clubs, and if you are exceptional enough, remain as faculty, becoming a deep sea professor. Become the freest person alive. A sea lion stepped through the gate and bumped stomachs with Chun-Li. Good day, mister, please follow me. Beyond this gate is Deep Sea University. I will walk you through the 4 departments of Vinegar Academy in detail. Once you've reviewed everything, please return to the real world. At that point your regional liaison will come to your door to complete registration. The sea lion patted its belly and gestured, after you. Chun-Li felt somewhat disoriented. He looked toward Fiend Tiger, who appeared completely oblivious to the sea lion, staring directly at Chun-Li. Your friend has not consumed the cod, and cannot see the Deep Sea University gate. The sea lion hopped up the steps and explained as it went. Chun-Li had no choice but to follow. Can I ask, what exactly is Deep Sea University for? The sea lion was clearly taken aback. This was a once-in-a-generation lucky newbie, didn't know what Deep Sea University even was, and somehow still got accepted. But since this person had entered Vinegar Academy, they were a future cornerstone of Deep Sea Company. A customer service type like itself couldn't afford to offend them. So it slowed its pace and began a patient explanation. Deep Sea University is an online institution. You are not required to attend anything in person. Compared to a conventional university, it functions more like a player community. This community only accepts the top 10,000 players in all deep sea games. Even those accepted are divided into 2 major academies and multiple departments. Vinegar Academy is dedicated to cultivating the most outstanding deep sea players. Its requirements are especially stringent, and each Vinegar Academy student possesses certain special abilities. Dumpling Academy encompasses both online and offline components. It primarily trains advisory staff, helping Vinegar Academy students understand dungeon rules and providing guidance for future development. The 4 departments, Fantasy, Eye, Body, and Enhancement. These are only the currently existing ones. As future great vortexes increase, expansion may occur. Chen Lai understood. Deep Sea University was apparently an online administrative structure specifically designed to manage and unify high-end players, that explained the Deep Sea rankings. It all made sense now. My mission is complete. I wish you happiness and joy at Deep Sea University. The sea lion led Chen Lai through the Golden Gate. Once it closed behind them, what was inside left Chen Lai astonished. One earth pressed against another earth. Countless earths collided, spilling blue-green liquid in the impacts, which was then spread evenly across a slice of bread. This was the virtual landscape of Deep Sea University's main hall, but rendered in extraordinary detail, indistinguishable from reality. Wei Long, you finally made it. Quick, quick, come sit down. Welcome to our body department. We've been expecting you, even Ice Coke Sensei's been talking about you for a while. Two heavily muscled men stood up from a card game, tossed their hands aside, and advanced to welcome Chen Lai. Chen Lai looked down at himself. His body had reverted from penguin to human. Thin muscle layer, face unmasked, nothing on him below the waist but a pair of shorts, essentially undressed. Don't be embarrassed, first time in Deep Sea University is always like this. You can change your avatar, one button. The man with a sailor's flag tattooed on his right bicep laughed, tapped a few times, and his athletic wear shifted to a space suit, then a business suit. The black man beside him changed too, into full samurai gear. Chen Lai followed their example and dressed himself in a casual outfit. Little brother, welcome to our department. I'm Jia Xiao. Singaporean. The sailor tattoo man smiled and extended his hand. The black man didn't extend his hand, but nodded to Chen Lai. I'm Yovari. South African. Chen Lai. Chen Lai shook hands with Jia Xiao, slightly puzzled. You two were waiting for me. Who's Ice Coke? Jia Xiao, seeing Chen Lai's confusion, smiled again, and turned the screen behind him around. The attractive woman Chen Lai had seen before was on it, apparently not currently in the game, sitting in an office scrolling her phone, her cool-toned eyes watching him. Chen Lai understood instantly. This was the woman Fiend Tiger had pulled into the domain during the evacuation from Shibuya incident. What a coincidence. Chapter 22, The Body Department. 2072 characters August 1, 2025. Welcome, Chen Lai. Welcome to the Body Department. Ice Coke's mature voice came through the screen. She sat in her office, listlessly spinning a pen between her fingers, a languid quality colored even her voice. Wait, Deep Sea University has 4 departments, right? How do you know for certain I'd be body? Surrounded by 2 muscular men, Chen Lai felt slightly strange. You entered with heavenly restriction, didn't you? What else would talent retention give you besides that? Given that it's heavenly restriction, it's definitely body. Stop overthinking it, little brother. Just enroll. Ice Coke stretched, her curves refusing to hide even through the screen. Chen Lai went quiet. Did everyone else walk out of their dungeons having only inherited the single ability they'd purchased during entry? No one else had inherited multiple conflicting talents the way he had. Don't worry about it, bro. Joining body is the right call. That heavenly restriction, I've looked at it. 150 KB rank. Unremarkable among top players but maxed out it's still solid. A 150 KB rank body weapon, pushed to its maximum, is more than enough to serve as a regional tribune. Yovari clapped Chen Lai's shoulder. Chen Lai was quiet for a moment, then turned to the 2 muscular seniors. Senior brothers, when you evacuated, what talent did you inherit? That question seemed to flip a switch. Jia Xiao wound his right arm back, left hand gripping his right wrist. Yovari turned away from Chen Lai and expanded his back muscles. I inherited Pico's ancient blood, in Baki, worth 500,000 yuan. Jia Xiao announced with enormous pride. I inherited Baki Hanma's ogre blood, in Baki, worth 800,000 yuan. Yovari too, visibly proud, his ogre's face back muscle staring at Chun-Li like a second face. That expensive? Both are several times my original entry cost. Chun-Li was genuinely impressed and curious. So that means Yovari Sr. should be stronger than Jiashio Sr. I knew you'd think that. You're a newcomer, after all, ha ha ha. Something about muscle apparently amplified emotional output. Or perhaps ancient blood had simply altered Jiashio's temperament. His expressions were always intense. In reality, Yovari can't beat me at all right now. Because his body development is far too low. Or more precisely, his purity isn't high enough. Saying this, Jiashio poked a finger into Yovari's ogre face. The single poke collapsed Yovari's entire pose, the ogre face shuddered and fell apart, and Yovari himself slumped to the ground. Jiashio brushed off his hands. His body's musculature rippled like an ocean wave, then went still. My ancient blood development far exceeds his. As long as I continue absorbing body-type unique items from other dungeons, my ceiling will eventually exceed his. Body-type unique items. Chun-Li felt he was starting to understand. Prison Realm had been tagged as unique earlier. Oh, looks like our little sea lion guide didn't give you a complete rundown on the power system. How delinquent of them, darling. Jiashio shifted through several bodybuilding competition poses at speed, then summoned a display on screen with his fastest hands, a diagram showing all 4 departments' acceptance criteria and improvement guidelines. Fantasy department, any ability not expressed through the physical body, originating from some magical power, belongs here. Typical examples: Gura fruit, King's ambition. Eye department, eye mutations possessing special pupil techniques. Typical examples: Sharingan, eyes of direct death. Body department, physical mutations possessing unique body enhancement. Typical examples: ancient blood, blood of combat, ogre blood. Enhancement department, anything relying on external tools, familiars, weapons, belongs here. Typical examples: Imperial Arms, Zanpakuto, Pokemon. To improve your ability, you must incorporate compatible builds that don't conflict with your talent, specializing your power. Sharingan fused with Eyes of Direct Death, using Direct Death as the primary and Sharingan as secondary, achieving Eye Department evolution. One successful build after another appeared before Chun-Li. He found it increasingly strange. It seemed every player inherited a single ability from the dungeon, the one they'd purchased as entry gear. Nobody had experienced anything like him, bringing a living person along and ending up with 2 conflicting talents. Chun-Li wasn't the type to be cagey. He wouldn't hide things he didn't understand, especially not when he understood nothing. When in doubt, ask. Senior brother, can one person carry 2 abilities at once? If the 2 abilities conflict, what happens? Also, what's the actual purpose of an inherited talent? Do we get special treatment inside games? Chun-Li's questions made Jiashio smile slightly. His large hand tousled Chun-Li's hair twice, then came the thunder rumble of his laughter. You're already better than all those secretive types. Inheriting multiple talents, of course that's possible. But for a player with limited energy, the best choice is still to develop just one. Especially if your 2 abilities conflict, you'd really be best served making a choice. I'm sure you've already discovered this. After evacuating from a dungeon carrying a unique tagged item, we gain the ability to retain our talent. The retained talent will reshape our body, making us gradually converge with our in-game version. But this convergence is extremely slow. It's bound by our world's physical laws. The unlimited power you had in the game might only let you knock over a glass of water in reality. Scare off a cat. Only by continually absorbing same-type unique items does this ability strengthen, until it fully aligns with your game world self. Jiashio spoke and demonstrated with his own Deep Sea history. Chun-Li saw that this senior had entered Deep Sea University 5 years ago, having just pulled the All-Japan Martial Arts Tournament trophy from a Baki dungeon run. Afterward, 3 more unique items from body-type dungeons, 3 major events attended. That was how his current physical level had been built. Of course, of course. That's why Prison Realm drove everyone so wild. Speaking of which, Senior, I had one question you didn't answer yet. Since we're enhanced in reality, do we get anything special in the game? Chunlai was curious, but a pair of large hands crossed in front of him. Jiaxio's expression turned serious. Deep-sea games are fair to everyone. What real-world power gives you is greater responsibility, not an advantage in-game. In the game, all players can only purchase the same gear, use the same weapons, and operate under the same rules. As for those of us who are enhanced in reality, we have power, but with it comes a corresponding mission. Jiaxio raised his hand overhead, pointing upward at the colliding Earths. Chapter 23, Deep-Sea Collision 2146 characters August 1, 2025 Chunlai looked in the direction he pointed, at the virtual landscape of the main hall. Those Earths collided, bleeding blue-green liquid, dripping down onto the bread. He'd already seen it. Was there some significance he was missing? Think back, do you remember Japan as a country? Jiaxio pressed one finger to the center of Chunlai's brow, and closed his own eyes. Chunlai tried hard to recall, and with a jolt of horror discovered that this world seemed to have no Japan. The island nation, where had it gone? Now you remember. That's exactly it. That country has become jam on the bread. In a deep-sea collision, it was ground to nothing. Deep-sea games aren't only us extracting things from other worlds. Other worlds extract things from us. It's precisely because of deep-sea collisions that we use deep-sea games, a relatively painless method, leveraging high-dimensional projections to seize unique items from other worlds. By the same logic, we will face invaders who attempt to seize our world's power. Or worse, shatter our world completely. This is a dark forest of the strongest law. If we deep-sea players are too weak, being plundered is only a matter of time. Push forward, little brother. I watched your performance in the Shibuya incident. Keep it up, maybe you'll surpass me, and even the head senior sister, as a deep-sea player. Jiaxio's words rewrote Chunlai's worldview once again. He'd thought this world simply had a very realistic video game. Now he was being told, the games are all real. Other worlds' players will come here to kill and plunder us. To resist them, you need to play more games. This was extremely abstract. No wonder the vortex and the main world shared the same time. Because except for the year, they were all real worlds. Can I ask, what exactly was the deep-sea collision that destroyed Japan? My ogre brain tells me you'd definitely be curious. Conveniently, I have a simulation video made by the fantasy department. Jiaxio leapt high, plucked one of the colliding earth fragments from the air, and played it in front of Chunlai. The one that destroyed Japan was the world called A Night Parade of 100 Demons. He spread his palm open. In the video, a tottering little old man strolled along a Tokyo Sakura-lined street. Big ears, long beard, wearing a common Japanese dojo outfit. Passers-by found him odd, but at most gave him a second look before moving on. The old man hobbled forward. He seemed to sense the recording lens. He opened those slitted eyes, and the next second, the lens fizzled. Crack shhh. The static ended quickly. When the lens turned back on, the Sakura-lined street that had been peaceful moments before was now littered with corpses. Screams and monsters' howls filled the background. Jiaxio reached forward and paused the video on the blood-splattered old man. This creature is called Nurikabe. The strongest monster in the night parade of 100 demons. The tribunes of the people in Japan at the time couldn't last a single move against it. Fortunately, deep-sea collisions don't last long. Otherwise things would have been much worse. Chunlai looked at the old man. His mind went a little numb. He knew Nurikabe. It was a boss in the dungeon from the manga Murcielago, multiple forms, terrifyingly powerful. Will they come again? They will certainly come. They extracted Takamagara from Japan last time, and got a taste of the prize. When the next deep-sea collision occurs, Nurikabe will absolutely return. We must defeat it. Protect our way of life. Jiaxio's expression was set with conviction. It was clear he held no small grudge against the Nuricade ghost. Chenlai said nothing. The concept of deep-sea collisions hadn't quite sunk in for him yet. The world around him felt stable, and being told it had superhumans, and was subject to invasion by other worlds at any moment. He could process the information, but feeling urgency about it would take time. So senior, should I now log out, go offline, and complete the registration? Chenlai exhaled and looked at Jiaxio. Log out now and a staff member should already be there. The department will assign you a mentor offline. They'll explain how to train and develop your real-world abilities. Jiaxio nodded, changed into another outfit, and waved to Yovari, clearly still busy. No need to be so formal. You're in Hanyang City, right? I'm your instructor. Open the door. The previously silent Ice Coke finally spoke. Through the screen came the sound of knocking and Chen Fang's voice. Don't scare my mom. She doesn't know you. Chenlai shot upright, at superhuman speed selected logout, and Ice Coke was clearly the type who gave orders first and asked questions later. Chen Fang had always disliked this kind of city woman. Hello, Auntie. I'm looking for Chenlai. Is he out of the game yet? Ice Coke's eyes took in the gap in the door with a slightly complicated expression. Chenlai seemed different from the other successful deep-sea players she'd liaised with. His home seemed very poor, nothing like Jiaxio or Yovari's situation, those two having already made serious money through deep-sea games. He's not home. Please leave. Chen Fang heard the words game and Chenlai and assessed Ice Coke's appearance and outfit in one sweep. The door shut. This kind of woman coming to find her son, it had to be about debt. Mom, she's here for me. It's fine, it's not bad news. Chenlai, now dressed, came up and steadied Chen Fang, then opened the door. Ice Coke's expression shifted slightly. In her hand, a thick stack of documents. Chen Fang saw the black and white contract papers and nearly fainted on the spot. Debt collectors were coming to the house now. And he'd called it not bad news. Chenlai, the games have ruined you, my child. Chenlai didn't know what his mother was thinking. He simply asked Ice Coke to find somewhere to sit, and went to get her a glass of water. How much does he owe you? Chen Fang asked, pained. Ice Coke had been about to reach into her bag for the signing bonus, Deep-Sea Company's monthly stipend for every Vinegar Academy student, and the question stopped her cold. Mom, she's not a debt collector. She's my mentor. Deep-Sea Company has accepted me. I can go to work now. Chenlai came back with 2 glasses of warm water. He couldn't think of a simpler way to put it for Chen Fang, so Deep-Sea Company would have to serve as the explanation. Is what he's saying true? Chen Fang didn't fully believe her son anymore, even after he'd just handed over 8,000 yuan that same day. Ice Coke calmly reached into her bag and produced a thick stack of bills, pushing it across to Chen Fang. Auntie, he's now an enrolled student at Deep-Sea University. Per regulations, I'm here to complete his liaison. During his enrollment, he receives a guaranteed monthly stipend of 50,000 yuan from Deep-Sea Company. Additionally, the company provides dedicated apartments for each Vinegar Academy student. If you'd like, you can move in today. Chapter 24, Deep-Sea Peripherals. 2041 characters. August 2, 2025. After being convincingly persuaded by Ice Coke's physical evidence, the cash, Chen Fang finally settled down and accepted the reality that her son had ascended. She'd heard that plenty of young people these days built decent careers through gaming, but she'd never believed it would happen to her son. She'd always imagined it: good grades, a good job, then a full-figured girl for a daughter-in-law, children, and a quiet life to the end. It hadn't occurred to her that he'd actually gone and made something of himself through games. The current situation is as follows. The company has funded student apartments in the city center, provided free of charge to academy students during their enrollment. Includes a premium deep-sea fish tank, 3-bedroom plus living room, water and electricity fully covered. You can begin the move-in process immediately. Ice Coke stood as she finished and gave Chen Lai a look. I have a few other matters to discuss with your son. If you don't mind. Chen Fong immediately stood. I'll cut some fruit. You two talk. Chen Lai, speak properly to your supervisor. Chen Lai barely held it together. His mother's small-town mentality couldn't be fixed overnight. Not that it needed to be, letting the change in material circumstances slowly reshape her was the right approach. He didn't want to be a small-town person anymore. He wanted to be a person of the country. Chen Fong retreated to the kitchen. Ice Coke pulled her hair back and her tone turned businesslike. The paperwork I need to hand over is basically done. In a moment you will have a retinal scan, after that your name enters the Tribune of the People Registry. Provisional status for now, of course. That sounds very Roman. It's just a title. The actual duty is protecting the peace of the people, primarily countering deep-sea collisions. The company pays you, specifically, so you keep working in-game to obtain items. Otherwise, why would they feed you? Chen Lai nodded. Senior brother mentioned you'd teach me how to develop my real-world abilities. How does that work, specifically? 2 paths. First, participate in major events. Bring back items tagged unique from dungeons, all of them help strengthen your abilities. If what you pull isn't the type you want, you can trade with players from other academies. Fair exchange. Second, log into the game and check deep-sea peripherals. The company produces special effect compounds using reclaimed substandard loot. You can purchase them if you have the funds. But their enhancement range is limited. A tribune's most important skill is still the ability to pull unique items from dungeons. That covers everything for today. I'm leaving. Any questions, reach out. Ice Coke delivered everything in one breath, saw that Chen Lai had no follow-up questions, pulled out her phone, pointed it at Chen Lai's eyes for a moment, retinal scan complete, stood, and prepared to go. Chen Lai rose to walk her out. She stopped him, no need. Go get ready to move with your mother. I live in that building too. We'll have plenty of time to meet. One more thing. Ice Coke smiled. I'm going to make a personal investment, based purely on what I saw from your performance in the Shibuya incident. I believe this investment will not lose money. She tapped her phone. A large sum appeared in Chen Lai's account. Actually leaving now. For questions, message me online. I'll send you a friend request when I'm back. Remember to eat the fish. The door clicked lightly. Chen Fong came out peering cautiously. She left. She left. Chen Lai sat on the sofa, feeling faintly dreamlike. This world was apparently more dangerous than he'd imagined. And far more interesting. Chen Fong sat beside him, put on her reading glasses, and read through the contract terms in meticulous detail. After a long time, she exhaled slowly. Whatever else is true, the two of us have somewhere to live. Those debt collectors can't track us anymore. Come with me to get new SIM cards later. Thank heaven, finally free of those plague spirits. Chen Fong murmured to herself, and then let out a thin trace of exhaustion. Chen Lai had been quietly listening. He finally spoke. Stop worrying, Mom. Quit the hotel job. I can support you playing games. Nonsense. Whatever you earn from games you're saving for your wife. Why would I live off you? Besides, game money is unstable, unreliable, not like a civil service post. Chen Lai was nearly on the floor. Old generation logic, always busy, feet never touching the ground, and a stable government job at the end of it. That was safety. But in this age, stability was the greatest instability of all. He couldn't change his mother's mind overnight. He'd let the change in living conditions do the work. He called a moving company, had them come over to help with the packing. The fish tank couldn't move, the deep-sea fluid inside would have to be sold at a discount. The new apartment came with new equipment. No need to worry. He bought the VIP service. The entire move took under 2 hours. By nightfall, he and Chinfeng were in their new home. The Vinegar Academy student apartments were all premium renovations. The complex was arranged like an overseas student co-living space, shared common living room, each tenant's unit private. Except the rooms Deep Sea Company provided were large. Duplex inside a duplex. When Chenlai moved in, a few Vinegar Academy students from the shared living room came out to have a look. Each person's defining feature was visibly different, clearly not all from the same department. Need a hand, mun? A stocky man chewing gum leaned in the doorframe and gave Chenlai a friendly look. Help out. Chenlai was carrying a big box, the original body's mother's sentimental old furniture pieces that she refused to throw away. The old generation habit, keep every scrap. Chenlai's heavenly restriction wasn't developed enough yet. This kind of heavy work was still genuinely tiring. The stocky man stepped forward and scooped up the box with total ease, leaving both Chenlai and the movers standing there. What a hero. Brother, what do I call you? Chenlai thanked the movers, settled the bill, and caught up to the man who'd taken his box. Thanks, but I don't smoke. I'm Zhang Long, Enhancement Department. Chenlai. Body Department. Hey, Enhancement Department has this kind of physical strength. Add me in-game later, and I'll show you how to buy the peripherals. Body Department will get you stronger than me very fast. Zhang Long smiled, set the heavy box down with care, and brushed the dust off his hands. Chenlai nodded. Both Ice Coke and Zhang Long had recommended the peripherals. If two people were saying it, the money on hand really wasn't going to sit still, it needed to be spent. As for the microloans from outside, Chenlai could only make them suffer a little longer. Once he'd pulled enough from the next dungeon run, he'd pay them all off. Chapter 25, New Game, New Life. 2169 characters. August 2, 2025. Once everything was settled, Chinfeng went to sleep first. She was exhausted. Chenlai took his new friend Zhang Long out for dinner. You're the great heavenly dragon who evacuated the Shibuya incident. Zhang Long had casually asked about Chenlai's game ID, and hadn't expected to hear the name that had been spreading across the forum all week. The man himself. Incredible, bro, I watched your stream replay. The strategy was crystal clear. That level of knowledge of the dungeon, you earned that money. Zhang Long grabbed Chenlai's hand with barely contained excitement. When he noticed the other diners looking, he forced himself to lower his voice. You're too modest. Let's toast, damn, I was going to offer to walk you through builds. Feels like I'd be teaching a grandmaster. No, I genuinely don't know the mechanics well at all. Yes, I got lucky pulling good loot and evacuating, but I literally just got my acceptance letter. I have a lot of questions. I need to learn from people who actually know what they're doing. Haha, that's real. Okay, bro, finish up, and then let's run a dungeon together. Zhang Long was clearly the energetic, easygoing type of player. He took a shine to Chenlai and wanted him as a running partner right away. Chenlai had a few things he'd wanted to ask about the Great Vortex. Specifically, what were they supposed to be doing during periods with no major events? What do you mean, what to do? Zhang Long swirled his glass lightly. Find a dungeon you think has potential, go in and explore, then bring your impressions to the Dumpling Academy friends to discuss. They're good at pattern recognition. For example, there was a player who entered the Attack on Titan dungeon. Very low supernatural power levels in that world. Only the 9 titans were rare. But players kept failing to find anything tagged unique. He ran out his 1-month limit, evacuated, and consulted a Dumpling Academy teacher. The advice, eat. If the titans eat humans to gain power, maybe players need to eat to claim their power too. He went back, ate the jaw titan, and sure enough, pulled a golden unique item. Successful evacuation. Long story short, for us deep-sea gold diggers, the game is life, and life is work. Everyone in this apartment is working a different vortex, trying to understand the power systems. Vortexes keep appearing and disappearing, so we have to move fast. As Zhang Long was still speaking, an alarm went off on his phone. He checked it, Deep Sea Forum notification. Look, the Shibuya incident closed in under a month. That means our deep sea collision with that world has ended. Chen Lai took the phone. Sure enough, the Shibuya incident's great vortex had vanished from the seabed. In its place, a new one labeled Beautiful Friend. Based on the vortex's size, it's probably a tier below the Shibuya incident, not quite classified level. Entry cost should be lower. Want to go in and take a look together? Zhang Long glanced casually at the new vortex name and floated the proposal. Chen Lai hesitated. He'd actually been thinking about the familiar dungeons, Ninja Era, 2077, Age of Exploration, the ones he recognized from their names alone. How about we go into Age of Exploration? Chen Lai tried to find his comfort zone. Those more established vortexes. I'd recommend against it. The veteran players have already mapped them out completely. And player activity in those dungeons has made the locals hostile. You'd be fighting uphill battles for bad payouts. Zhang Long shook his head, declining to elaborate further. All right then. Chen Lai agreed. If the known plots had been rewritten by player activity, his advantages would be gone. Better to take a chance on the new run. Seeing Chen Lai say yes, Zhang Long's grin widened. He called out to the restaurant owner, aggressively paid the bill before Chen Lai could, and pulled him out the door. Chen Lai had been about to pay. Then again, Vinegar Academy students didn't exactly lack for money. He let it go. He'd return the favor in the dungeon. Consider it settling the dinner debt. Men needed only a word to become friends, and sharing a meal was enough to put arms around each other's shoulders. So Chen Lai and Zhang Long were walking arm in arm, all the way back to the student apartments. The common room had several students deep in discussion. Seeing Zhang Long, they all exchanged greetings, and were friendly to Chen Lai too. How's the hall, everyone? Any unique items? Zhang Long grinned at them. A long-haired man who looked like an art student smiled wryly. Don't tease us, Zhang Ji. Unique items aren't that easy. Zhang Long nodded. He stood at his own room door and signaled Chen Lai, agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. Chen Lai acknowledged it and headed to his own room. Chen Fong was already cleaning their new space. She looked up when he came in but said nothing. He grabbed an apple from the table and slipped into his room. Mom, I'm going to play games. Don't worry about me. Then locked the door, stripped off his shirt, and faced the enormous deep-sea fish tank, taking up 20 to 30 square meters of his room. No light on in the room, but the fish tank's vivid blue glow created a dreamlike atmosphere, like the bioluminescent lake from Life of Pi. He stripped completely, jumped in, sank to the bottom, and let awareness drift away. Welcome to Deep Sea Games Penguin Island. A fat seagull flew in from the distance and dropped several friend request cards at his feet. He ate them one by one. Fiend Tiger had been live streaming in some 5,000 yuan entry dungeon. The moment he saw Chen Lai log on, he abandoned his gear and went missing, intentionally forfeiting to come find Chen Lai. By now Chen Lai was already in conversation with Zhang Long, whose ID was reincarnated dump truck, a Western-style penguin in a cowboy hat. It worked. So first, buy 1 box of 9 Dragon Tonic. Then add 1 military combat form. Finally, grab a pack of general-purpose deep-sea powder and scatter it into your fish tank. That's close to 400,000 yuan total. Do you have the funds? Zhang Long found a few affordable items in deep-sea peripherals and held them up for Chen Lai's review. Chen Lai checked his bank balance. The 140,000 yuan from Fiend Tiger's cut, plus the 300,000 from Ice Coke's investment, just barely enough. Chen Lai said through his teeth. These will carry your early physical development just fine. Now let's get into a dungeon. Zhang Long nodded and urgently dragged him to the beautiful friend Great Vortex. I'm running peace mode. Mind if I come along and stream? Fiend Tiger jogged up, eyes fixed on Chun-Li. Your call. I don't mind. Zhang Long looked at Chun-Li and gestured with his flippers. 3 of us. Beautiful friend, let's go. Chun-Li nodded and dove in first. Chapter 26, Beautiful Friend, Votes and Follows. Welcome, 2003 characters. August 3, 2025. Standard, Beautiful Friend, entry cost, 10,000 yuan, pre-battle preparation. Duration, 1 month. Evacuate from designated location before time expires. Timer starts upon dungeon entry. Your game items, none. Bank balance, 40,000 yuan. In the gear selection phase, Chun-Li hesitated briefly, opened the equipment store to browse, and then an unhurried voice came from behind him. So when you said your world is a game, this is what you meant? Toji Fushiguro floated above Chun-Li's head like a ghost, examining the various items in the Beautiful Friend store with genuine curiosity. The martial power in this world isn't worth one of my fingers. He scanned items like African retired veteran ID card, newspaper reporter ID card, fallen aristocrat ID card, flintlock, and gave a quiet dismissive laugh. Chun-Li nodded. The Beautiful Friend dungeon world really did seem to be like this, no superhuman power visible. Even the available items were mostly ID cards, with almost no supernatural edge. Why was Toji here? How did you get here? Chun-Li nearly broke. Your underwater warehouse is completely empty. I don't need to eat, but I do get bored. When you just came in, a crack appeared in front of me, and I slipped through. I'll ride along in your body. I'm interested in this other world too. Call it tourism. Let's move. Toji said it, then slipped into Chun-Li's body like a fish, except this time, he had no control whatsoever and could only observe. Chun-Li rolled his shoulders, felt no difference, and let it go. Attention back on the equipment. Faced with so many ID cards, he wasn't sure which to pick. Go with the fencing instructor. Pick that one. I can teach you how to fight with it. Toji offered. Chun-Li didn't listen. He went to the forum instead. The dungeon was brand new, there might be other players' notes. There were but only a few scenic screenshots from newcomers. No guide at all yet. Chun-Li scrolled through a few more images. The world looked like 19th century Europe. Men in top hats with walking canes. Women in corsets and net-veiled hats with powdered faces. Street corners with festering refuse and black water. Coffee houses and taverns on every block. A cookhouse set in a basement, someone leaning out to call out numbers. This was curious, Chun-Li thought. Genuinely a tourism run to another world. Since there was no guide, he didn't agonize. Zhang Long had told him clearly, not every dungeon had a major event. Most players' first job in a new dungeon was simply learning the world's culture and customs. Then I'll go with your suggestion. Fencing instructor ID card, and 1 flintlock. 20,000 yuan total entry kit. Chun-Li decided and executed the exchange quickly. Game item, fencing instructor ID card, 15,000 yuan upon entry, you will be a Parisian fencing instructor from a foreign land. Game item, flintlock, 5,000 yuan, a gun that fires sometimes and doesn't fire sometimes. Appears to have been bought off the surplus market from Africa. Entry requirements met. Confirm entry. Naturally. Chun-Li confirmed. The world blurred. His short sleeves transformed into a 60-franc fitted suit. A top hat appeared on his head. A gentleman's cane at his side. At his hip, the symbol of his profession, a cylindrical épée. He was standing on a Paris street. Ah, Paris. My beautiful homeland. Beside him, someone dressed rather like a wandering minstrel. The ID above his head, the auditorium's absolute fiend tiger. His was apparently an artist card. A street artist, judging by the look. Fiend Tiger's exclamation drew glances from the passing gentlemen and ladies. He remained utterly unperturbed, offering them a graceful bow with evident pleasure. Their response, a few sous thrown down from a passing carriage. Taken for a beggar. Goodness, these provincial outsiders drifting into Paris. The carriage voice faded. Audibly a well-dressed gentleman with at least some compassion. One sou was worth 100 centimes. Frankly, this handful of coins was more than enough for a meal at a street-side brasserie, and a large ginger ale besides. Is your friend always like this? Zhang Long came around a corner, and looked at Fiend Tiger counting his paper notes with a mildly pained expression. He streams for a living. No content means unemployment. Occupational hazard. Chunlai glanced at Zhang Long's outfit. He'd apparently taken the newspaper reporter ID card. Round-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, gentleman's cane, a steel pen tucked in his breast pocket, and a copy of La Vie Française tucked under his arm. So what do we do now? Chunlai asked Zhang Long. Get a feel for your role first. Find your character's connections in this world. This is what players have figured out. If there's a major event, go for it. If there isn't, work from your identity. Every world probably has a few protagonists, or chosen ones. Find them and you get the pulse of the whole dungeon. The pressure is the time limit. Zhang Long pulled out the newspaper from under his arm, lost patience reading it after 2 lines, and pivoted his foot. 1 week from now, let's meet back here. Share whatever we've found. Then he wove around the foul-smelling black puddles on the ground, and walked off, presumably heading to whatever newspaper office his ID was registered with. Chunlai thought, if he remembered correctly, Zhang Long's ID specifically said La Vie Française. This worked out well, with those 2 in the newspaper office pulling in broad information. He only needed to practice swordsmanship, charm a few society ladies, and everyone could pool their findings at the weekly meeting. Chunlai looked at Fiend Tiger. You familiar with this world? Fiend Tiger was half distracted with his lazy manner. He was on peace mode, here for streaming content. If Chunlai didn't have anything compelling, he'd go explore on his own. Not familiar. I'm going to start from the ID card. In that case, see you in a week. If there's a supernatural element or you're about to make a move, give me a heads up. Still 70-30. Seeing that Chunlai wasn't about to launch into anything exciting like last time, Fiend Tiger decided to go exploring for a few days on his own. Chunlai watched their departing figures, then reached into his chest pocket and produced a business card. On it, 17 Rue de Constantinople, Shiro Fencing Club. So that was his cover. Fencing Club Instructor. Chunlai tucked the card away, and followed his memory of the route toward Rue de Constantinople. Chapter 27, The Fencing Club, Votes and Follows Welcome. 2,115 characters. August 3, 2025. Shiro Fencing Club was located in the basement of a building in the 11th arrondissement of Paris. The owner was a man named Freddy, a provincial by birth who had, through some lucky twist, found his footing in Paris and opened a fencing hall. Chunlai walked down the steps and gave a courteous knock. Sure enough, the boss's voice thundered like a cannon. Good Lord, York, you're late again. As I told you before, every time you're late, 3 francs come off your salary. The glass door swung open. Freddy appraised Chunlai up and down, tall, handsome, impressive 2-curl mustache moving in elegant sympathy with his lips. A beautiful man, by any measure. Of course I don't mind, Monsieur Freddy. New to the role, Chunlai had no intention of picking fights with this boss immediately. A few francs were nothing to a player. You certainly should not mind, because you have kept our Mademoiselle Roligna waiting for nearly an hour. A young lady's time is worth more than gold. Freddy's voice kept climbing, reverberating through the underground hall's open space, ensuring every training gentleman and lady could hear, most importantly, ensuring Mademoiselle Roligna heard. Roligna was seated on a long bench, profile elegant, knees angled in one direction, calves angled in another. Sitting this way without toppling, this was simply the foundational posture of any society lady of the era. Freddie's booming voice naturally reached her ears. She rose with composure, lifted her hem with ladylike grace, and walked to where Freddie and Chun-Li stood, eyes bright, looking at Chun-Li with a small curtsy. Look at her. How beautiful. People in Paris often say this: if a girl waits 5 minutes for you, she's patient. If she waits half an hour, she must be in love. York, you were 1 hour late. You owe her double the love. Freddie murmured in Chun-Li's ear, then gave him a small push forward, not hard, but enough to suggest he should move. Rolinia caught the gesture but didn't react. She simply extended her white-gloved hand. Chun-Li understood. He bowed and kissed the back of that fragrant hand, briefly enough to remain respectful. Well then, Monsieur York, shall we begin today's lesson? Rolinia's voice was light and delicate, matching the pallor that lived around her features, giving Chun-Li the impression of a Western-style Lindayu. Of course, where did we leave off last time? Actually, go change first. You should too, as you can see, I've just come from the Café des Américains. I'm quite sweaty. A fencing jacket. That isn't easy to put on alone. Especially the bodice, if there's someone to help fasten it, that would be simply wonderful. Rolinia's words always carried a faint overtone of something unspoken. Fencing jackets of this era were notoriously difficult, the back clasps often required assistance. The women's attendants in the changing room will help you, Mademoiselle Rolinia. Let's start quickly, otherwise Madame Vaudier will find me inadequate as an instructor. Has anyone ever told you, Monsieur York, that you are a beautiful friend, but always so completely oblivious to everything? Rolinia cast Chun-Li a mildly reproachful look, then swept her skirt around and disappeared into the changing room. Chun-Li shrugged, indifferent, and entered the men's changing room. He found the white fencing suit locked in a cabinet, no hurry to put it on. He walked to the mirror and studied his reflection. His own face. But subtly localized, the sharpness and ease in his features unchanged, the high bridge of his nose defining his expression with precision. As Rolinia had said, a beautiful friend from a foreign land. He admired the handsome mustache for a moment, then turned back to the wardrobe. His frown came immediately. The cabinet lock had been forced. The fencing suit inside looked clean on the outside, but the inside carried a dark yellow stain and an unpleasant odor. At that moment, a thunderous bang at the changing room door. A massive man pushed in, carrying a just-removed fencing suit under his arm. Spotting Chun-Li standing by the cabinet, his expression sharpened with contempt. Oh, little York, I accidentally stained your suit. Don't take it badly. What's on it is from Madame Anna. She really is quite something. Hearing this, Chun-Li expressionlessly dropped the fencing suit on the floor, and looked at the hulking man Iverson. Iverson stood a full head taller, broader too. Reportedly had some connections to the Black Hand. He'd come to Paris after some trouble back home, and found his footing here. Paris was never short of bored wealthy wives, and Iverson had stumbled accidentally into success with them. The Madame Anna he'd mentioned was one such conquest. But since York had arrived, Iverson's earnings had suffered. York was more handsome, with an exotic foreignness about his manner, precisely the mystery Parisian society ladies craved for entertainment. Which was why Iverson had inexplicably started making life difficult for York. York, unfamiliar with the city and lacking allies, had retreated repeatedly. This had disappointed the ladies watching, who called him the cowardly York. But with Chun-Li in the picture, cowardly York was gone. Hard York had arrived. Can you fight? Chun-Li asked the Toji inside. This kind of hollow show-off. I can handle 10 of him. Toji answered with contempt. Then it's yours. Chun-Li nodded. He had the flintlock, but a gun in a setting like this was wildly excessive. 5 minutes later, the changing room door opened. Chun-Li walked out, head high, chin up, the knuckle blood already washed off, still without a fencing suit. Not because he didn't want one. Iverson's suit was large and reeked of Italian men sweat. Far worse than Madame Anna's residue. The female clients outside hadn't moved. They'd heard everything through the changing room's non-existent soundproofing. First, dull thumping. Then one male voice in pain. Then quiet pleading. They'd assumed it was York being bullied again. Instead, York had apparently found his backbone today. "Are you all right, Monsieur York?" Rolinya's voice had a faint stuffiness, and she was the first to step forward in her white fencing suit, asking with concern. Chen-Lai didn't respond. He walked to the long training mat, drew the épée from his hip, and raised it to point forward. We begin today's lesson. Chapter 28, Fencing Fundamentals, Votes and Follows. Welcome. 2,227 characters. August 4, 2025. The ID card Chen-Lai had inherited contained the basic principles of foil fencing. So now, offering a simple lesson in swordsmanship to Rolinya should pose no real problem, unless the lesson was to be conducted with zero protective gear. That changed the equation considerably. Everyone knew that since Master Boissiere invented the mask, fencing's danger had dropped significantly, allowing the sport to be understood as risky, but befitting a knight's courage, a noble pursuit. The key words there were not noble or knight but risky. The training épées in the hall had their tips bound in leather strips. They could still sting on contact. And beginners, nervous, tended to use more force than they meant to. Rolinya hesitated at the edge of the long mat. They'd practiced before, and although she'd always lost, occasionally she had scored points. But back then Chen-Lai had been wearing full protective gear. Right now, he was wearing essentially nothing. Don't hesitate. I'm not showing off. In our previous lessons I held back to encourage your confidence. Now that you've improved, it's time for you to see what fencing truly looks like. Chen-Lai extended the foil with his right hand, held low at the hip, tip angled up 45 degrees, left hand resting behind his back, the posture of someone entirely at ease. Rolinya was competitive by nature. She didn't believe she'd been held back in previous lessons. She thought, if he was going to be this reckless, he deserved to suffer. But no matter what, she did get flustered. She needed someone to knock her back to earth. And in Paris, men, once surrounded by women, inevitably forgot who they were. She stepped onto the mat. Both brought their épées to the center. The scorer moved into position, caught Chen-Lai's eye. No protection, said nothing, figured the pain wasn't his problem, and called start. Practice began. Rolinya attacked first. Like most beginners, she loved direct thrusts. Single foot forward, Rolinya's épée extended far. In fencing, only a thrust scored. Slashes and drags were poor form violations. Chen-Lai's hand moved slightly. Minimal force deflected her blade. But he didn't counter, her step forward had been too wide. A direct thrust at that moment risked bodily contact, an unequivocal failure in a sport that prized grace. He slid back, tapped Rolinya's épée lightly, indicating, "This attack failed, compose yourself and try again." Rolinya tried a different tactic, small steps forward, feint, then load the second move. Chen-Lai read it. He slid forward to attack. The panicked Rolinya tried to recover, too slow, one light thrust landed in the gap of her fencing jacket. The scorer awarded the point to Chen-Lai. Second round. Rolinya decided to bring out her real skill. But there's an Arabic proverb, the best time to not use your real skill is when you're angry, because then everyone will see it's quite poor. This round her attack was weaker than round 1. Chen-Lai feinted once and tricked her into overextending, and neatly scored again. Third round. Chen-Lai told her to slow down. She followed his instructions, controlled her nerves, launched with slightly more structure. They traded 10 exchanges, Rolinya's hand took the final touch. Last round. The final exchange of today's 1-hour lesson. Chen-Lai asked Rolinya to defend while he attacked. By now Rolinya was breathing unevenly, stamina drained. If Chen-Lai attacked aggressively, she wouldn't hold. And yet Chen-Lai was unpredictable. His attack was unhurried, like a stroll through a garden, each parry and thrust forcing Rolinia to retreat. Clearly on defense, Rolinia had to try to attack to reclaim ground. The long mat was not infinite. Being pushed off the edge still counted as a loss. Unfortunately, whether attacking or defending, Rolinia was no match for the man in front of her. Chun-Li's face never reddened, his breath never quickened, and even the elegant mustache did not so much as tremble. He wore that same calm expression, step by step maneuvering Rolinia into a corner, until she had no choice but to concede. Concluded. Monsieur York wins decisively. Truly astonishing technique. I can assure you, even the great Master Yoda, at your age, did not have such skill. I believe you could enter the All-France Champions fencing tournament. The prize money is no small sum, and you wouldn't need to survive on the stingy wages of a miserly old boss. The scorer, whose nap had been thoroughly interrupted by Chun-Li's duel, knew fine swordsmanship when he saw it. A man of this caliber wasting himself under Freddy's employ, what extravagance! Thank you for the praise. I'll consider it. Chun-Li was neither self-deprecating nor boastful. He slid the épée back into its case. That was extraordinary. How did you do that? Rolinia tore off her mask, ran over, and asked with genuine admiration. Because I have a grandmaster of physical combat directing my movements from inside, Chun-Li thought. He maintained his instructor's composure for the spoken answer. Swordsmanship trains both the body and the mind. Keep an unwavering, forward-charging spirit, carried with the carefulness of someone walking on thin ice, and your attacks will be as sharp as mine, your defenses impenetrable. Of course, on top of that, you'll need sweat, tears, and years of practice to engrave the technique into your very blood. These words, Rolinia almost felt her eyes had stars in them. Her mother had been absolutely right to enroll her here. To find an instructor who was both philosophical and devastatingly handsome. York was different from every other instructor. He never looked at her body with that oily, nauseating gaze. Even when she'd prodded him, she'd only ever gotten, "Let's fence," as an answer. Perhaps it was precisely this restraint and rarity that made York the most sought-after figure at Freddy's establishment. Thinking this, Rolinia felt a pang of regret that her mother had only paid for 1 hour. After she left, York would teach other ladies and society wives. How forward would they be, these women, and what crude things might they say to tempt this beautiful friend? Out of a nameless feeling, Rolinia extended an invitation. Monsieur York, are you free this evening? Mother has heard so much about you, but has never had the pleasure of meeting you. Perhaps you would honor us with your presence at dinner. Certainly. Chun-Li accepted without ceremony. It wasn't strange. He had 1 month. Every opportunity to network had to be seized. More connections meant more gossip, and in an age of limited information infrastructure, dinner table conversation shaped and summarized the entire world. And that was exactly what he needed. Chapter 29, Dinner at the Vaudier House, Votes and Follows Welcome, 2,264 characters August 4, 2025. After arranging the 8 o'clock dinner with Rolinia, Chun-Li found himself in a new predicament. He was genuinely poor. 45 francs a month for a tiny apartment on Rue de Travailleurs, plus Paris's living costs, comfortably 30 francs, and with Freddy's constant deductions, he was already running in the red, and visiting a wealthy household required proper clothing. He'd already worked out a plan, however. Back to the changing room. Iverson was still slumped on the floor, a few blood-stained teeth draining from the side of his mouth. Several instructors hovered nearby, debating whether to call a doctor, but seeing Chun-Li return, their deliberations ended immediately. The one with the biggest fist made the rules. In a man's world, that was universal law. Chun-Li showed no mercy. He grabbed Iverson by his short hair, dragged him to the wash basin, turned on the tap, waited until the water reached the right level, and then pressed Iverson's face entirely in. MMPH, MMPH. Water in the nose woke a person immediately. Iverson struggled, but the hand on the back of his neck was immovable. He genuinely thought Chun-Li was about to drown him. But Chen Lai only wanted him conscious and cooperative. Once that was achieved, he released him. Mercy, monsieur. Iverson, eyes shut, mouth dripping, felt like a sodden dog dragged out of a river. Empty everything in your pockets. Chen Lai had no intention of negotiating. Iverson had just come from Madame Anna's. He had money on him, several gold Louis coins, won through effort. Iverson didn't dare refuse. His face full of despair, earning it had taken such work. And now this. 1 gold Louis was equivalent to 20 francs. Madame Anna was generous, Chen Lai had to grant her that. Chen Lai took every coin and left none. He then waved to the other instructors who'd been watching from a safe distance, and they came forward. Take this Louis, get Iverson to a doctor. The rest split between you. I have no interest in trouble. But if I have trouble, everyone has trouble. He let them see the flintlock at his hip. Vigorous nods all round. Business settled. Chen Lai pocketed the remainder and set off with purpose. He needed to rent respectable clothes. Night fell. Monsieur Vaudier sat at the dinner table, expression neutral and appraising, studying the guest his daughter had invited. Fencing instructor, though not a low profession, more respectable than a riding instructor, in his view, was clearly paid very little. The suit gave it away immediately. As a Jewish man and owner of La Vie Française, Vaudier had strong objections to his daughter socializing with someone of such limited means. The proper path for advancement, in his view, was cultivating connections among nobles and the wealthy, only that led to the upper echelons of society. Still, even if Vaudier was critical, he had to acknowledge that the beautiful friend his daughter had brought, this foreigner, was genuinely, extraordinarily handsome. Not unlike himself in his youth. Let us raise our glasses to our new friend. Vaudier extended the invitation. His wife immediately raised hers. Roligna followed, her expression, directed at Chen Lai, unmistakably warm. This made a fellow dinner guest, Duroy, vaguely irritated. Duroy was Vaudier's old friend from military service in Africa. Reunited after years apart, Vaudier had naturally invited him to dine at home. Unfortunately, Roligna had brought a guest today as well. Duroy was, to be fair, also a fine-looking man. But against Chen Lai, he lacked youth and mystery. He was an older beauty up against a younger one. As a result, the Vaudier household's combined attention had converged almost entirely on Chen Lai. Duroy sat there, somewhat forgotten. After the toast, Vaudier, as host, threw out a topic. This was his technique for ensuring lively dinner conversation, and for quietly assessing his guest's intellectual caliber. As editor of La Vie Française's political column, and a man of some standing, his topics inevitably touched on French politics. There's a current rising in the Chamber of Deputies, everyone is discussing the colonial policy direction for Algeria. A genuine puzzle. Some argue for a military society, distributing land to soldiers who've served more than 30 years. This view is popular in the chamber, but no one is truly an expert on Algeria, and the arguments never resolve. As a newspaper editor, I'm often troubled by the inability to write a truly useful editorial on the matter, so I ask the people around me. What are your thoughts? He wiped his mouth with a napkin and posed the question. The phrasing clearly favored his old friend, Duroy, and he had both served in Algeria. If you ask me, that view is amateur. Soldiers know everything except farming. They can handle a sword or a gun, but pick up a hoe and they're completely lost, let alone planting or fertilizing. Complete amateurs. Duroy cut in first, his dinner knife gesturing animatedly. Rather than give the land to soldiers, open the colony to everyone. The capable ones will carve out a place for themselves there, the useless ones will be filtered out. That is the true law of society. Vaudier nodded with energy. Clearly this aligned with his own thinking. The two men clinked glasses, and then their gazes, casually, both landed on Chen Lai, seeming to invite him to say something. Chen Lai, at this moment, was studying the Vaudier family's furniture. Vaudier was unquestionably wealthy: silver dinner plates, silver candle holders, a dining room requiring a spiral staircase to reach on the second floor. The walls hung with a portrait of the Sun King. Velvet upholstered chairs. Windowsills and corridors filled with rare exotic plants. Seeing Chun-Li's silence, Duroy felt some satisfaction, certain this young man had nothing of substance to offer. "Monsieur York, your thoughts?" "We await your wisdom." Duroy eagerly pressed him. "I believe, rather than debating who to give the colonies to, the real question is what the colonies still have worth giving. A perspective I've never heard before." Vaudier was genuinely interested now. Algeria lacks productive farmland. What little was worth colonizing has already been bought up by Paris's major investors. The remaining barren land can barely support the Algerians themselves, let alone settlers. Chun-Li lowered his eyes and diligently carved the beef on his plate, while his mind was deep in the deep-sea forum, reading, word by word, a trending thread titled "Beautiful Friend, Algerian Regional Analysis." Chapter 30, The Supernaturally Connected Dowager, Monthly Votes and Follows. Welcome, 2044 characters. August 5, 2025. Chun-Li's answer caught Vaudier off guard. He had not expected a poor young man to have this level of understanding about a colony thousands of miles away in Africa. "You see, father. I told you Monsieur York was a learned man." Rolinia immediately put in a good word for Chun-Li. She knew her father's character well. Under the table, her leg gave Chun-Li a light, meaningful kick. "You seem very familiar with Algeria, Monsieur York. Would you be interested in coming to write for La Vie Française as a correspondent?" Vaudier set down his cutlery, looked at Chun-Li, and gestured to the attendant to pour him Johannesburg wine. Chun-Li hesitated briefly, then opened the friend request window and found Fiend Tiger. "Have you found employment yet?" "Why are you asking?" "I can be a vagrant." Fiend Tiger stood before the Church of the Holy Trinity, performing for his stream audience with full commitment. Chun-Li understood. He turned back to Vaudier. "I'm satisfied with my current work, but for the position you mention, allow me to introduce someone. He has insights into Algeria far beyond mine. What I said earlier was borrowed from him. There is such an expert, and he's in Paris now." Vaudier leaned forward with interest. "Of course. If you're inclined, I can have him visit the newspaper offices tomorrow before 2 o'clock. Just tell reception he has an appointment with you." Chun-Li confirmed this, and if he remembered correctly, Zhang Long's character was already a reporter at La Vie Française. This worked out perfectly. With those two working at the paper and drawing in broad information flows, he only needed to practice swordsmanship at the club, charm the society wives and daughters a little, and the three of them could pool intel at their weekly meetings. The remaining dinner passed with Vaudier and Duroy catching up. Duroy was always too loud, repeatedly trying to catch Rolinia's attention, but her eyes were entirely on Chun-Li. She had no space for Duroy. Even Madame Vaudier, notably beautiful and full-figured, gave Chun-Li far more attention than Duroy received. This was unacceptable. Duroy had come to Paris to pursue Madame Vaudier. This woman was extraordinarily connected, the true power behind Vaudier's rise to ownership of La Vie Française. He'd shifted into the body of the handsome man known as Duroy specifically because he hoped to leverage their old comrades-in-arms connection to make a good impression on Madame Vaudier, and all of that had been wrecked by this foreign interloper. "Are you finished?" the attendant beside Duroy asked, noticing his clenching jaw. Duroy quickly rearranged his expression, awkwardly wiped his mouth with the napkin. Dinner ended pleasantly for all, or most. A carriage waited outside the townhouse. Vaudier walked Duroy and Chun-Li out. "Please see to it that this insightful friend visits the paper tomorrow before 2. I've been tormented over what to write for the political column for quite some time." Vaudier clearly had this on his mind. He shook his head at Chun-Li, apparently still slightly scandalized that a poor boy was being entertained because his daughter liked him. "I will, Monsieur Vaudier." Chun-Li nodded, then gave Duroy a brief acknowledgement as well, before stepping into his carriage. The young people today. Out on the street with only Vaudier and Duroy, Vaudier grumbled and mused. Because my daughter took a liking to him, I had to entertain this pauper all evening. Thank heaven he was at least not a complete imbecile, otherwise I'd have shown him the door. Don't be too quick to say that. Duroy's eyes shifted in thought. At least he's a beautiful friend. How else would your wife and daughter have kept looking at his chest all evening? Enough of that. Women are always like this, they want the youngest, the most handsome, the most powerful. But you're right. He is a beautiful friend. Vaudier stamped his foot on the ground hard, as if to prove he was still young and vigorous. His coughing in the evening breeze gave the game away. He turned and climbed the steps. The two men bid each other farewell. Vaudier coughed his way upstairs and found his wife at the top landing, holding a bowl of almond milk perfect for a sore, coughing throat. He drained it gratefully, feeling slightly stiff. At that moment, Madame Vaudier's eyes flickered silver. She studied the grey threads in her husband's hair with a sigh of quiet anguish. Another husband about to die. At this rate, when will my almond milk potion ever be fully digested? Where in Paris am I supposed to find enough suitable husbands? Damn it all. Fury and malice twisted her lovely face. While she cursed, Vaudier unconsciously tried to close his own hands around his neck, as if the command die had triggered some reflex. Her expression cycled through several emotions. She seemed to think of something. She walked into her daughter's room, looked at the equally oblivious Rolinia, and pressed a full bottle of almond milk into her hands. Repeat after me. Repeat after me. Rolinia began to echo. I will bring the almond milk to the fencing club's instructor York. I will watch him drink it. Then I will bring him home. The time should be after lunch. Madame Vaudier issued the command. I will. Rolinia had begun to repeat, but somewhere midway her face broke into conflict, and she ended with I won't. Madame Vaudier's expression froze. Then something monstrous crept across it. You love him truly. You wretched girl, a true love to consume the potion. Dissolving true love. She lunged forward and wrapped her hands around Rolinia's throat, tightening with genuine force. She truly hated this. Ever since consuming the almond milk woman potion, she had been desperate to digest it and ascend to the next stage, but the conditions were impossibly strict. First husband, survived 3 years. True love for her lasted less than a month. No matter how she played the role of devoted wife, the potion's progress barely moved. Second husband, a short-lived wretch. Only lasted 1 year and 3 months. Helped her digest a quarter of the potion, and left her an inheritance of 200,000 francs plus a country estate. Third husband was Vaudier. They'd been married over 5 years. She'd done everything, polished his articles, used almond milk to influence his guests, helped him rise to power. But miserly Jews only loved money, he had not one shred of true love for her. She envied her daughter's true love. That was the key to digesting the potion, and to breaking its hold. If even a fraction of her daughter's true love could be transferred to her, she'd have ascended long ago. Chapter 31, The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings. 2007 characters August 5, 2025. Chun Lai's first week in the beautiful friend dungeon passed quietly. He read the news every morning, spending a few sous on different papers, trying to detect what was different about this world from the lines of text. Strangely, the world seemed completely ordinary: guns and wars, love affairs, bickering in the chamber, soldiers colonizing Africa. Nothing hinted at a supernatural world. He checked the deep-sea forum occasionally for dungeon-related threads. Apart from 1 or 2 posts about scenic views or colonial experiences in Africa, there was no supernatural activity to report. This was strange. The beautiful friend vortex was only slightly smaller than the Shibuya incidents. From any angle, this level of calm made no sense. Power had to exist here. It was just buried very deep. The weekend came. The three of them, Zhang Long, Chen Lai, and Fiend Tiger, had agreed to meet. They gathered at the Café des Américains over beers. Did we have to? We could have shared intel through the friend window. Fiend Tiger slumped with zero energy, newspaper ink stains on his sleeve. You don't understand. This has ritual meaning. Treat the game as life, every second as your last. You won't regret it. Zhang Long, now going by Alexander, sat impeccably at the table, tasting dark wheat beer with a certain dignity that didn't quite match his journalist's cover. Honestly, someone of his standing should be visiting the Moulin Rouge or Parc Monceau. This café was minimal at best. Chen Lai understood Zhang Long's point. Every game world was real. Savor the other world as a journey, but when the moment required action, act decisively. Their job as players was to pull unique items out. That justified everything. Anything worth noting? I've got nothing from the fencing club except society wives tipping me generously. Deeply uninspiring. Same on my end. Writing African dispatches has given me a headache. Vaudier pays well but none of it transfers out. Chen Lai looked at Zhang Long. I found something. Zhang Long straightened his monocle with composed ease. While organizing submissions for the religion column, I came across something unusual. He produced a crumpled paper from his pocket. It was drawn with a diamond-shaped candles at each of the four corners, names at three corners too faint to read. But the fourth corner bore clear, legible Chinese characters. Chen Lai narrowed his eyes, pointing at the characters, and read the name aloud. The next second, a shock went through him. Holy SH. This was from Lord of the Mysteries. But that couldn't be right. If this was the Lord of the Mysteries world, where were the 7 Orthodox churches? He'd also checked the world map, completely familiar geography. No backland anywhere. Who submitted this? Chen Lai asked Zhang Long urgently. The Religion Forum. It's a turning ritual, you knew that before I said anything. York, you truly are well read. Zhang Long was slightly surprised Chen Lai had named it before he could. Quick, keep going. Chen Lai's patience had run out. His gentleman's cane tapped the table leg with nervous energy. Okay, actually I have no idea who sent it. Should be some occultist hobbyist. No signature. And the drawing is too basic. The editorial team tossed it in the discard pile. I just happened to salvage it. Zhang Long shrugged, pushed away his unfinished beer, really not good, and reached the conclusion, my intelligence ends there. Aside from this, I've found nothing. This dungeon is stranger than any I've seen. Power exists but doesn't show itself. The whole world's logic is too normal, which is itself abnormal. Zhang Long finished his analysis from a veteran gold digger's perspective, and then pushed the crude diagram toward Chen Lai, stood up. If you know something, go do it. That's the spirit of a player, try everything, or you'll never pull big red. Make money. V me 50 for KFC Thursday when you do. Said, done. Zhang Long straightened his outfit, took a few francs from his waistcoat, set them on the table, and walked straight out of the cafe. I don't know the rest, but Wei Long, I could see from Shibuya that you've got something real. I spent a week digging through papers. Even if I didn't contribute the meat of it, I earned a bit of credit. KFC Thursday, V me 50. Fiend Tiger stood and left too. He'd recently become obsessed with nighttime reviews of Parisian brothels. Sunday nights were when the audience loved that content the most. Both gone. Chen Lai sat with the crude drawing, lost in thought, then took a horse carriage back to his rented apartment on the second floor of Rue de Travailleurs. Downstairs, a destitute couple was fighting again. Their son sat alone on the street, playing a solo game with a wooden bat, the latest toy craze in Paris. He unlocked the door, rummaged around and found a few potatoes and a chunk of dark bread. Chen Lai crawled into the washroom with a kerosene lamp and his rations. This was an era when Paris was almost electrified, only those who couldn't afford candles still used oil lamps. He took a slow breath. He arranged for kerosene lamps at the four corners of a diamond shape. Put the food in the center. Then took his first step. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. No response. He took the second step, the Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Still nothing. He took the third step. In his mind, unbidden, a Chinese name surfaced, Zhou Mingrui. The exalted the arch of heaven and earth for blessings. At this, Chunlai was already prepared. He took the final step and spoke the name written clearly on the paper in his hand. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. The next second, his own star flickered. Light years away, the Lord of the Mysteries that was Zhou Mingrui felt something, and lifted this unusual tarot card upward. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.